Please, Mr. Fu, have mercy on me. Dear, Leon's voice shook, his face twisted with terror as he begged the man who was already walking away. Fu Huaisheng didn't look back. He headed straight for the door. Then he stopped. Cut him up. The two words landed like a death sentence. As cold dread seized Dr. Leon's heart. Yes, sir. The bodyguards answered in unison. They grabbed the cleavers off the side table and moved toward him. Dr. Leon's face went paper white. His eyes locked onto the blades, glinting closer and closer. Despair flooded every nerve. He screamed. The door swung shut, swallowing the song whole. One of Fu Huaisheng's men pushed open the door to the next room. The second it cracked open, the thick metallic stench of blood hit him. Inside, a hospital bed taken from the underground lab stood in the center of the room. Shen Wangzhong was strapped flat to it, wrists and ankles bound tight. The gunshot wound was a nightmare. Blood pulsed from the torn flesh, soaking the mattress, streaming down to pool in a dark slick across the floor. Shen Wangzhong stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly indifferent to his wounds or his situation. He heard movement at the door and tried to turn his head. The restraints held him in place. He couldn't see who it was. Tap! 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 The crisp, grating rhythm of dress shoes echoed across the floor. Fu Huaisheng's tall frame approached the bed. His shadow fell over Shen Wangzhong like a suffocating darkness. When Shen Wangzhong finally made out his face, a flicker of hope sparkled in his eyes. Fu Huaisheng. His voice scraped out, hoarse and pleading. Has Xiaoyu woken up? Please. Tell me. Has my Xiaoyu woken up? His body shook as he fought the chains binding his limbs. The iron links bit deeper into his skin, pinning him down. Do whatever you want to me. Just tell me, is Xiaoyu back? His agitation spiked. His voice cracked. Please, Fu Huaisheng. Tell me. Is she back? Fu Huaisheng stood over him, looking down with a gaze so sharp it seemed to draw blood. His eyes held a predatory glint. Shen Wangzhong, you want to know? Fu Huaisheng's dark eyes narrowed. A cold sneer curled the corner of his mouth. Yes. Please, please, tell me. Shen Wangzhong nodded desperately. Before he could finish, a jolt of electricity slammed through his skull. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. The searing current sent his whole body into violent convulsions. It lasted only seconds. But the tremors kept wrecking his frame long after. His face was drained white. Sweat poured down his forehead. Shen Wangzhong clenched his jaw, fighting to endure the burning pain. Sweat trickled into his eyes. His lips went pale from the strain. Still, his gaze stayed locked on Fu Huaisheng, unbroken. Fu Huaisheng. Did Xiaoyu come back? His voice shook with agony. Fu Huaisheng stared at the shattered man beneath him. All you ever wanted is for her to come back. But have you ever asked yourself whether she even wants to? The words hit like a hammer to the chest. Shen Wangzhong's body jerked. What little color remained in his face drained clean away. She was terrified of him. All she ever did was hide and run. Why would she ever want to come back? Something lodged in Shen Wangzhong's throat, choking him silent. He realized it now. He had only ever thought about what he wanted. He had never once considered what Xiaoyu wanted. So, you're saying she didn't come back? He forced the words through clenched teeth after a long, heavy pause. Fu Huaisheng let out a cold laugh. I'm not telling you. His tone was ice. Final. He flicked his hand. The man understood immediately and reached for the shock device again. Another scream ripped through the air. Shen Wangzhong's body convulsed violently as the current tore through him, threatening to rip him apart from the inside. Blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering across the floor in a shocking red arc. Fu Huaisheng watched, expressionless. The electric shocks were set to the exact same parameters Xiaoyu had endured. But he would make sure the torture never stopped. He strode out of the room, dressed in black as always, looking like he just stepped away from a grand banquet. But if you looked close, the killing intent still clung to him. A bone deep chill, laced with the faint scent of blood. Don't let him die. The voice came from the depths of hell itself, low and crushing. Yes. The man acknowledged. He knew exactly what Fu Huaishang meant. That bastard had left the banquet critically injured and turned his wife into a vegetable. With hatred this deep, there was no way they would let him off easy. In the hospital room, silence reigned. Only the cold, indifferent beeping of the monitors echoed through the empty space. Fu Huaishang walked in slowly. Every step felt heavy, as if he carried the weight of the whole world on his shoulders. When his eyes landed on the woman in the bed, kept alive only by a ventilator, the bloodthirsty darkness from moments ago vanished. All that remained was helplessness. He sat down beside her bed and stared at her lifeless face. Tears blurred his vision. He remembered the morning before he left. She had insisted on seeing him out, her voice soft as she said she'd wait for him to come home. Come home early, she said. She'd be waiting. Who could have known that goodbye would be so cruel? The next time he saw her, she was like this. Wife, you said you'd wait for me. You can't go back on your word. Wife, now it's my turn to wait. No matter how long it takes, I'm willing. But you have to promise me, you'll come back. The man's voice echoed through the ward, tender and aching. By afternoon, Fu Xinyu stepped out of the hospital room. His steps felt like lead. When he lifted his head, his eyes met Master Fu's. The old man's gaze was already trained on him. Su Zongyuan and Zhou Qimeng trailed behind the old man, their outlines softened by the afternoon sun. Fu Xinyu's chest constricted. To save Mu Yun last night, he deployed every asset he had. People. Firepower. He'd done everything in his power to keep it under wraps, but the old man's instincts were too sharp. There was no way he'd been completely fooled. Fu Huaishang's hair was snow white, but his presence was razor sharp. He moved fast, every step forceful and grounded. Zhou Qimeng and Su Zongyuan practically had to jog to keep up. Grandfather. Fu Xinyu's voice came out rough. Fu Huaishang's face was stone. His brows were drawn tight, and the accusation in his eyes couldn't be missed. In his heart, Mu Yun had already become family. As dear to him as his own granddaughter. They walked into the ward. The moment Fu Huaishang saw Mu Yan's condition, his body jolted. He nearly lost his footing. She lay still on the bed, her face pale as paper. No life in it at all. Fu Xinyu moved fast, stepping in to catch the old man. Zhou Qimeng grabbed a chair and set it behind Fu Huaishang, steadying him as he sat. How did it get this bad? Fu Huaishang's voice trembled as he stared at her motionless form. Grandfather. Fu Xinyu's voice stayed low. He rested a hand on the old man's shoulder. He'd known his grandfather wouldn't be able to take it. That was why he told Zhou Qimeng to keep it from him. But you can't wrap fire in paper. The truth had burned through anyway. Sir, please take care of yourself. The young miss would be heartbroken to see you like this, Su Zongyuan said from behind, worry carved deep into his face. From the moment Mu Yun and Fu Xinyu got engaged, she spent every free moment with the old man. Meals together. Long conversations. War games on the sand table. Every visit left him happy for days. Su Zongyuan was just a servant, but he saw it all. He knew exactly how much the old man loved this granddaughter-in-law. Seeing her in that hospital bed now, he couldn't help but marvel at the cruelty of fate. Fu Huaishang pulled himself together, just barely. He looked up, his gaze landing on Fu Xinyu. I brought doctors. They'll do a full workup on you. Su Zongyuan opened the door. Outside stood 7 or 8 people in military uniforms beneath white lab coats. These weren't ordinary physicians. They were neurologists the old man had personally pulled from the military hospital. Every single one with an untouchable reputation. The best of the best. Fu Xinyu supported his grandfather. Both their faces were grim as they stood outside the ward, eyes locked on the closed door. The minutes dragged. Over an hour later, the door finally opened. Dr. Gao, the lead physician, walked out with heavy steps. Everyone surged forward. Fu Huaishang couldn't hold back. Oh Gao, what's the verdict? Is my granddaughter-in-law going to make it? Dr. Gao looked at Fu Huaishang. His lips parted. He seemed ready to say something. But in the end, only a soft sigh came out. Oh General, it's not good. Fu Huaishang's face darkened. His voice shook. How can that be? There has to be something else we can try. Dr. Gao shook his head, helpless. Our findings match the hospital's. The patient sustained massive electrical overload. Severe brain damage. Neural function has completely ceased. Reflexes are gone. Unless there's a miracle, the chance of her waking is virtually zero. Dr. Gao's words hit like a thunderclap. Everyone clinging to that last thread of hope felt it snap. A kite string cut loose, plummeting from the sky and shattering on impact. The air outside the ward went dead still. Silence, broken only by the ragged sound of breathing. Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng both turned toward Fu Xinyu. His eyes were hollow. Nothing left in his face. Just a shell. With Mu Yun lying there, half of him had died too. If not for that single word, virtually Fu Xinyu wouldn't have found a single reason to keep breathing. 2 days later. At the school. Gu Hongxian stared at the empty seat beside him. Something was off. He grabbed his phone for the 100th time and dialed Mu Yan's number. Same code, mechanical voice. Temporarily unavailable. Still nothing. Shangfu Muse turned around. No. Can't get through. And she's been gone almost a week. Gu Hongxian shook his head. Yeah, I've been calling too. Same thing, Shangfu Muse said. I just asked Ms. Zhang. She doesn't know anything either. They exchanged a worried look. They missed her. Right then, a classmate shouted from the doorway. Gu Hongxian. Someone's here for you. Gu Hongxian got up fast, Shangfu Muse right behind him. Shen Yishuan stood outside. Gu Hongxian, why can't I reach my sister? And she's just gone. Shen Yishuan always sent Mu Yun updates, and she'd reply with a word or two. But it had been almost 2 weeks now. Nothing. At first, he figured she was annoyed with him. But when he tried calling, it didn't go through either. He didn't dare ask Fu Xinyu. So he came to Gu Hongxian. I can't reach her either. We were just talking about it. Gu Hongxian had assumed Shen Yishuang was bringing news. But no. They were all in the same boat. The 3 of them leaned against the hallway railing, deflated. Then Gu Hongshuan's eyes lit up. He smacked Shen Yishuang's arm. Don't you have Mr. Fu's assistant's number? Yun Shu lay motionless in the hospital bed, limbs wrapped in thick bandages, tubes and wires threading from her to monitors that beeped in steady rhythm. Shen Yishuang had called Fu Huaishang yesterday, but Fu had been too busy cut the call short while they were surrounding the villa. Now Shen Yishuang pulled out his phone again. Think he's free today. He should be clear by now. Try again, Gu Hongxian said. Shangfu Muse watched, hope written all over her face. All right, calling him. He dialed. The phone rang several times before someone picked up. But when Shen Yishuang asked about Yun Shu, all Fu Huaishang said was to wait. He'd call back. Shen Yishuang stared at his phone. A strange feeling crept in. What? What did he say? Gu Hongxian pressed. He told me to wait. I asked where my sister is. If he knows something, why can't he just say it? Why do I have to wait? He frowned. Gu Hongxian was just as confused. Asking about someone's location and getting a wait. For what? The 3 of them were still trying to make sense of it when Fu Huaishang called back. A few clipped words, Then he hung up again. What? What happened? Where's Master? What did he say? Shangfu Muse and Gu Hongxian crowded in. He didn't say anything about my sister. Just told us to get to Central Hospital, Shan Yishuang relayed. Wait. Could Master be pregnant? Is that why she's in the hospital? Shangfu Muse guessed. Gu Hongxian was a bit slower. Don't jump to conclusions. Let's just go and see. Right. We'll know when we get there. Shen Yishuang was already turning, bolting down the stairs. The other two were right on his heels. On the way out they ran into Zhou Qimeng, heading to class. When she heard Yunshu was in the hospital, she figured it might be an illness and followed. They rushed over in a blur. The second they reached the hospital building, they spotted Fu Huaishang. Brother Huaishang, what's my sister doing here? Shen Yishuang asked the moment he saw him. Fu Huaishang's face was dark. He opened his mouth, then stopped. You'll know when you go up. Outside the hospital room, Fu Huaishang sat slumped on a bench, head down. A few bodyguards stood posted by the door. Boss, they're here, Li Jun announced. Brother-in-law. Is my sister in there? Shen Yishuang's voice was barely above a whisper. Fu Huaishang lifted his head slowly. That face, once so cold and unyielding, was now etched with exhaustion. His eyes were shot through with red veins. The sight hit like a wall. The moment he looked up, a suffocating weight pressed down on all of them, making it hard to breathe. They had already been uneasy about Yunshu being in the hospital. Seeing Fu Huaishang like this made that unease back 100-fold. Take them to see Yuna. His voice came out low and raw, each word an effort. Yes, boss. Li Jun led them into a side room for full disinfection. Once they were cleared, they stepped carefully into Yunshu's room. She was lying on the bed. One look, and everyone's eyes filled. Shen Yishuang's legs buckled. He dropped to his knees beside her bed with a hard thud, voice trembling. Sis. What happened to you? Gu Hongxian stood there, paralyzed, pain carved into his face. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. The woman he had once thought of as invincible, brought down to this. Shangfu Muse froze next to him, face drained of color, body trembling uncontrollably. Master! How could this? Zhou Qimeng was just as pale. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She nearly collapsed and had to brace herself against the wall. Madam has suffered severe brain trauma. She's lost all consciousness. That is, what is commonly called, a vegetative state. Li Jun's voice broke as he spoke. His words landed, and the room filled with muffled sobs. Everyone covered their mouths, terrified of making noise, of disturbing her. The air in the room turned heavy, hopeless. In a pitch-black void with no end, Yunshu trudged through a dark passage. Nothing visible ahead. Nothing behind. Her head pounded, like it was splitting open. Every step felt like walking on cotton, heavy and unsteady. She had no idea how long she had been moving. Then, a sound. She thought she heard someone calling her name from behind. But when she tried to turn, an invisible wall slammed into her and knocked her back. She had no choice. She kept moving forward, dread clinging to her like a shadow. Just as despair began to sink in, a faint light flickered ahead. It was barely there. But in this endless darkness, it was the most precious thing in the world. Yunshu set her jaw and pushed toward that light, forcing her legs forward with every ounce of strength she had left. But just as she was about to reach it, a violent force tore through her body. It was overwhelming. She couldn't fight it. It ripped her out of the darkness in an instant. Yunshu squeezed her eyes shut, blinded by the sudden brightness. A long moment passed before she adjusted to the light and opened her eyes. What greeted her was an expanse of green. Fresh air, warm sunlight, everything oddly still. She blinked, disoriented. She looked down at the black tactical suit she was wearing, and a deeper unease settled in. Guided by fragmented memory, she moved east. With every step, her anxiety tightened, clawing at her chest. Something was waiting. The grass and wildflowers beneath her feet began to wither and die. By the time she reached the blast zone, every trace of life had vanished. Ahead, the wreckage of a plane lay scattered across the ground, torn apart by an explosion. The main fuselage was nowhere to be seen. Only the rusted tail section and a few scattered fragments remained. Fu Huaishang stared at the familiar tail number on the jet. The truth settled into his bones. He was back. Fu Corporation headquarters. And here, he wasn't just the eldest son of the Fu family. He was the boss. How was this even possible? Every detail before the crash lived sharp in his mind. Yet here he stood. What the hell was going on? Dead or alive? The question tangled inside him. Then he caught it. Footsteps. Distant, deliberate, trying too hard to be quiet. He heard them immediately. He moved behind a marble pillar. A minute later, two figures appeared beside the wrecked shell of the car. A man and a woman. Li Jun. The stocky crooked man kept his voice low. Tell me you grabbed the boss's favorite liquor. The woman rolled her eyes. Lu Ting, I'd forget my own head before I forgot what he drank. I'm just asking. Relax. Shut up. Li Jun's face was tight. But the edge wasn't anger. It was grief. She was missing someone who was never coming back. It's the anniversary. I am not doing this with you today. They stepped up to the wreckage and laid everything out. Meat. Whiskey. All the things Fu Huaishang had reached for in the grind of corporate life. Boss. Li Jun's voice splintered. I miss you so damn much. Tears glossed her eyes. Lu Ting saw it and scrubbed at his own dry face. Don't. You know he hated tears. I'm not crying. It's just the wind. She forced the words through a tight throat. Right. You're not crying. Lu Ting stared at the wreckage. If the boss were still here, this company wouldn't be a damn circus. If he were here, those bastards wouldn't stand a chance. Rage cut through Li Jun's grief, sharp and hot. Yeah. They sat in front of the wreckage, silent, each lost in the weight of everything they lost. Minutes passed. Lu Ting pushed himself up. We need to move. We stay out too long, they'll find a reason to come after us. There's no one left to protect us now. Li Jun's mouth opened, ready to curse every last one of them. Then she caught the fresh scar streaking across Lu Ting's face. She swallowed the words. She rose and faced the wreckage. Boss, we have to go. We'll come back when we can. They both bowed toward the wreckage, then turned and retraced their steps. Fu Huaishang waited until the silence settled. Then he stepped out from behind the pillar. He saw the food. The whiskey. He walked over, sat cross-legged on the ground, and started eating. The meat hit his stomach, dense and savory. The whiskey burned down his throat, clean and real. That was all the proof he needed. He was back. Not dead. Alive. He stared in the direction the two had disappeared. His expression gave nothing away. The corporate headquarters sat buried deep in the business district, nearly impossible to find without a guide. By nightfall, the two mourners had slipped back onto the grounds through a side entrance. They made it 3 steps before a searchlight nailed them in place. Stop right there. The voice was pure fury. The light seared their eyes. They squinted but couldn't see a thing behind it. Don't say anything. Put it all on me. Got it? Lu Ting whispered. Li Jun started to argue. He stepped on her shoe, cutting her off. Seconds later, the security team swarmed. They were bound and dragged straight into the conference hall. The hall was a cavern of light. Security lined the walls on both sides. A crowd of employees pressed together near the entrance. Li Jun and Lu Ting were shoved to their knees in the center, hands tied behind their backs. She glared up at the figure on the dais. Go Hongxian. The acting CEO. She wanted to kill him with her bare hands. Li Jun. Lu Ting. His voice came down cold, measured. Where have you been? Lu Ting forced a nervous grin. He made his voice small and careful, and the act looked wrong on his muscular frame. Nowhere. Go Hongxian, we were just talking. Too many people everywhere else. You know how it is. Is that so? Go Hongshuan's voice curled with disbelief. The smile didn't reach his eyes. Yes. I swear. That's the truth. Lu Ting bumped Li Jun lightly, a signal. Back me up. Go Hongxian let the silence stretch. Then he spoke, almost casual. Today marks 1 year since that failure died. For a moment, I thought you two might have slipped off to pay your respects. Li Jun beat down on her fury so hard her jaw ached. Lu Ting laughed it off. No. No way. Good. He let the word hang there. That waste of space is dead and buried. If I find out anyone went to pay respects. He dragged the pause out, letting it breathe. I'll fire them on the spot. The employees below dropped their gazes. Go Hongxian drank in the silence. A thrill of satisfaction rolled through him. Let me be perfectly clear. Starting tomorrow, I am the new chairman. Fu Huaishang had founded the company. That title wasn't just proof of his success. It was the seat of power. The old one is history. If I hear anyone mention his name again, there will be consequences. A ripple moved through the crowd. He's finally showing his real face. What can we do? He's running everything now. I want to know what he did. Almost every loyal person who followed the boss is gone, except Li Jun and Lu Ting. If the others were still standing here, he wouldn't dare open his mouth. God, I miss him. Some of them mourned Fu Huaishang. Some of them hated Go Hongxian. Most of them burned with rage. Go Hongxian ignored the whispers. Still on her knees, Li Jun stared up at him with undiluted hatred. If she had the power, she would end him right here. Beside her, Lu Ting kept whispering, barely audible. Hold on. Just hold on. Go Hongshuan's gaze settled on the two of them. Li Jun. Lu Ting. As that trash's former right hands, you will personally burn everything he left behind. Tomorrow. Record the entire thing. If I'm not satisfied, you know the price. The thought alone was intoxicating. Forcing them to destroy their most respected leader's belongings with their own hands. There was no punishment more exquisite. You're dreaming. Number 6 couldn't hold back any longer. She shot to her feet, voice ripping through the hall. Look at you. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you deserve to be number 1. When our boss was alive, what were you? Nothing but a damn watchdog. If it weren't for your dirty tricks, you'd never be standing up there. Number 6 words tore out in a furious rush. If you want to burn my boss's things, you have to kill me first. Stop, Number 6. Number 11 tried to intervene, but she was bound as well and couldn't hold her back. Bossy. Number 3's voice dripped from the platform above. Beneath the mask, his face twisted into something hideous. But I wonder, does number 2 have a spine as stiff as yours? At the mention of number 2, the color drained from both their faces. Number 3, no. Number 1, we were wrong. Please, for old time's sake, spare number 6. Number 11 rushed to salvage the situation. Number 1, we made a mistake. Please forgive us. Number 11 dropped to her knees and pressed her forehead to the floor. Don't beg him. Get up. I'd rather die with all of you. Number 6 was done playing nice. You call my boss trash? You're the real piece of garbage. When our boss was alive, no one in the mercenary world dared badmouth our base. You think you can be number 1? Take a good look in the mirror. When another base so much as fires a shot, you run off groveling with gifts. You don't dare fight. You only act tough in front of us. You're nothing. Number 6 had stopped caring. If growling to this piece of filth was the price of survival, she'd rather die. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Number 3's gaze swept over the two below. But since you want death so badly, I won't give you the satisfaction of going first. He paused, then his eyes shifted to number 11. Guards. Beat number 11 to death first. Then bring out number 2 and the rest. I want this tough girl to watch every single death is on her. The guard squad moved instantly at his command. In seconds, over a dozen mercenaries were dragged inside. Among them was number 2, the base's former second in command. He was carried in, now blind and deaf. Wait, they didn't betray us. Number 3 locked them up. The mercenaries near the door stared at the familiar faces as realization dawned. Betrayal, my ass. These are the ones who swore loyalty to the boss. Not a single coward among them. I never bought number 3's story about their betrayal. It was all a setup. Look at their injuries, they're severe. Must be because they refused to hand over the original number 1's belongings. That's why they were tortured. Has to be. Most of the murmuring mercenaries were latecomers to the base. They hadn't known number 1 well, but they liked her. Beautiful, capable, generous, who wouldn't love a leader like that? After number 1 died in that explosion, they'd stay out of necessity. But under number 3's oppressive rule, resentment had simmered for a long time. Seeing the brothers she fought alongside, number 6's eyes reddened. Brothers, this is my fault. But this coward wants to be number 1 and burn our boss's things. In my next life, I'll make it up to you all. Number 6, save your breath. Number 4 spoke, both hands broken. You and number 11 have done enough for us. Nobody owes anybody. That's right. You can kill us, but you can't destroy our boss's things. The blind mercenary who'd once been number 7 joined in. Our boss protected us before. Now it's our turn to protect her things. We swore when we become ghosts, we'll come for number 3. Yes. Come for him. Come for him. Come for him. In an instant, the captured mercenaries roared as one. The old guard's passion ignited the newcomers. They didn't shout, but their eyes blazed with restless fire. Number 3 had meant to make an example of them. He hadn't expected this. Afraid of losing control, he waved a hand. Fine. Since you're all so ready to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill them all. Yes. The guard squad responded. In that moment, as the black muzzles pressed against the mercenaries' heads, the entire punishment hall seemed to freeze under an invisible weight. Time itself held its breath. Then, slicing through the suffocating silence, a voice colder than hell itself rang from outside the door. I'd like to see who dares. The sound cut through the air like wind over ice, sharp, chilling to the bone, making everyone shudder. Instantly, the temperature in the hall plummeted. The air grew thick and stifling, as if time itself had stopped. Every head whipped toward the door. Number 6's body jolted as if struck by lightning. Tears burst from her eyes like a shattered dam. Under the weight of every stare, a figure in black combat gear stepped slowly through the doorway. Her steps were steady, powerful, each one landing like a heartbeat, pulling every pulse into her rhythm. As she crossed the threshold, the mercenaries by the door parted before her like magic, clearing a path. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but carried a coldness that made it impossible to meet her eyes. Her features were striking, yet steeped in frost. Her hands hung at her sides, her back straight as a blade. With each step, an immense pressure radiated from her like a storm, thick with the scent of blood as if she walked straight off a battlefield, the Reaper herself. Unarmed, she was still stronger than an army, more lethal than any gun or cannon. Her presence alone was a deterrent. An unstoppable force. This was number 1. The king of the mercenary world. Their anchor. They're everything. Oh. It's number one. She really came back. She's not dead. It's number one. It's really her. The mercenaries lining the gates recognized her. The old veterans kneeling in the center of the hall didn't even need to look. The moment her voice cut through the air, they already knew their king had returned. Boss! Boss! At the sound of number one's voice, they all turned, eyes snapping to her like a jolt of electricity. These were men who wouldn't flinch even with a bullet in their gut. But right now, every single one of them felt a hot steam behind their eyes. Number one's gaze was still as cold as winter stars. She looked down at them quietly, gave a small nod, and let the faintest smile touch her lips. The smile was barely there, but it hit them like sunlight breaking through a frozen sky. I'm back. Her voice was calm, but it carried a weight beyond words. That's when number 6, who had been holding it in all this time, finally broke. She let out a wail that cut through the silence, a raw, guttural sob that sounded like years of pent-up pain finally tearing free. As number 1 walked slowly forward, the armed guards who had been pressing guns against the backs of her people's heads lowered their weapons one by one. They stepped back, gave way. Pulling a gun on number 1 was a line no one crossed. Just like she'd said earlier, no one dared. The pressure didn't just come from her godlike fighting skills. It came from her eyes. Those eyes could freeze your blood solid. On the high platform, number 3 went pale the second he saw her. His whole body started shaking. First came shock. Then panic. His mind raced, scrambling for an escape route. Even with the elders backing him, none of it mattered now. Not in front of number 1. He couldn't face her. Couldn't even meet her eyes. He forced a cough and tried to sound composed. Number 1. Is that really you? He cleared his throat, putting on a show of surprise. Number 1 said nothing. Her steps were steady. Each one landed like a hammer against his ribcage. His heartbeat slammed so hard he thought it would tear through his chest. Eyes wide, he stared at her as she closed the distance. Sweat beaded on his forehead and rolled down his cheeks. Finally, she reached the platform. She stood right in front of him, close enough to touch. Expressionless. Cold. Staring at the masked man before her. The mask hid his face, but his trembling body and ragged breathing screamed the truth. He was terrified. Number 1's gaze cut through the mask like a blade of ice. The bloodlust in those eyes locked onto him, leaving nowhere to run. I took you in out of pity, she said, her voice flat and sharp in the open space. And this is how you repay me? Before the words finished echoing, number 3's knees buckled. He crashed to the ground. The crowd below gasped. They exchanged bewildered looks. Why'd he drop? What just happened? Only number 3 knew. The moment she spoke, something massive and invisible slammed into his legs. His knees felt like they'd been hit with a sledgehammer. The pain was blinding. His legs went dead beneath him. Blood began seeping from his knees, trickling down the steps in dark, ugly streaks. Number 1, I swear it wasn't me. His voice cracked with panic, blood pooling around him. The pain made his vision swim. The elders put me in charge of the base. I had no choice. He pressed his hands against his legs, gasping. They wanted the thing you left behind. They made me torture your people. Number 6, still on her knees below, couldn't hold back. Boss, don't listen to him. He's lying. But number 1 raised a hand, cutting her off. One of the mercenaries beside number 6 leaned in. Shut up. The boss isn't gonna fall for his crap. Just watch. Number 6 bit her tongue. She knew her boss better than that. Number 1 had never been fooled by anyone. Then number 1 spoke again. Elders. Her tone was ice. You mean those 5 corpses? Right on cue, mercenaries dragged in 5 stiff bodies from outside. The air thickened with the stench of rot. Earlier that afternoon, after eating the tribute number 6 and number 11 had brought, number 1 had picked up on something off in their chatter. She'd gone straight to find the elders. Took her a couple of minutes. The ones who'd been throwing their weight around after she left. They looked like this now. The moment number 3 saw those bodies, he started shaking like a leaf in a storm. His face went paper white. Sweat poured off him. The blood from his knees seemed to flow faster, soaking the stone. Number 3. Anything else you want to say? Number 1's voice stayed flat. No emotion. No heat. But that calm, level tone was more terrifying than any scream. Number 3's throat felt like sandpaper. He swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. Number 1, I was wrong, it's all my fault, please, just spare my life. Number 1 looked at him for a long moment. Then she said slowly, fine. I'll spare you. Number 3's eyes went wide. He dropped his head to the ground, knocking it again and again. Thank you, number 1, thank you. But he had no idea what her so-called mercy really meant. If he could see what was coming, he would have begged her to kill him right there. Over the next few hours, Yunshu moved with surgical precision. She took out every one of number 3's underlings fast, accurate, and utterly ruthless. That decisive strike sent a clear warning to anyone still on the fence. For the veteran mercenaries, her return was an unexpected blessing. For the newer recruits, it was a massive morale boost. Within half a day, word of her comeback had spread like wildfire, and the invaders who'd been eyeing the base for a takeover quickly backed off. In the meeting hall, Yunshu sat at the head of the table, her beautiful face revealing nothing. Boss, where did you go? I never believed you were gone. Number 6's voice cracked hard. She was one of only 2 women in the base. Years in the mercenary world had taught her to bury every tear. But seeing her boss in front of her today, number 6 had crumbled into that sobbing kid all over again. Enough, 6. The boss is back, isn't she? Stop crying. Number 11 handed her a tissue. Yunshu's chest tightened as she looked at them. The people who had bled beside her while she was gone, they'd been tortured to protect what was hers. Broken. Interrogated. But no matter how brutal it got, none of them had talked. How could that not wreck her? She stood and walked over, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. She squeezed gently. You've been through a lot. On the surface, they looked healthy enough, but Yunshu knew the truth. Both of them had taken punishing hits to shield the others. The truth was, the things she'd left behind meant nothing. If they'd talked, she wouldn't have blamed them. But they'd chosen to die for her secrets, and that tore at her insides. Whoa! Boss, number 6 threw herself into Yunshu's arms, sobbing against her. Even number 11's eyes glistened. Yunshu patted 6 back. Don't be afraid. I'm back. I'm not scared. With, boss here. I'm not scared. Night fell. Yunshu climbed to the second floor of the dormitory building and pushed open a door. The room was bare a single chair, a large bed. On that worn mattress lay a man, perfectly still. His breathing was so shallow that if not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, anyone would have thought he was already gone. Yunshu stepped closer and sat on the edge of the bed. The instant she settled, the man who seemed to be sleeping jerked awake. His eyes couldn't see, and his throat couldn't make a sound. But his sense of smell was razor sharp. In a heartbeat, he caught her scent. That familiar cool fragrance. It was a signal. She was back. A wave of uncontrollable excitement surged through him. His body tried to sit up, but long months of torture had left him too weak. Still, he fought, reaching out blindly to grab her. Yunshu reached out and caught his hands. His fingers fumbled over hers, searching, confirming. When he finally knew it was really her, a twisted, happy smile spread across his scarred face. a smile soaked in longing. Then, from his sealed eyes, 2 tears slid down. Tears of joy at their reunion. "I'm back." She knew he couldn't hear her, but she said it anyway. The next morning, a bombshell announcement ripped through the base like a hurricane. A massive bounty was now open for the world's best doctors. Anyone who could heal the injured mercenaries in Yunshu's base would be paid whatever they asked. The news grew wings and flew across the globe. Renowned doctors flocked to answer. After all, Yunshu was a legend in the mercenary world. To earn her favor even without the money was a dream for many. Factions that had been trying to win her alliance scrambled to recommend the top physicians they knew. These doctors arrived with their skills and experience, eager to prove themselves. The newer recruits watched it all unfold, and their respect for Yunshu skyrocketed. Her first move after returning wasn't to reorganize the base. It wasn't to expand her power. It was to spend whatever it took to save her wounded veterans. That kind of loyalty shook everyone. It showed them that Yunshu wasn't just a powerful leader, she was a woman with a heart. A boss like that was worth following. In a world built on profit and conflict, Yunshu proved her worth and her character. And she earned their unwavering devotion. Late that night, in absolute silence, Yunshu sat alone in the base's square. A small table in front of her held her favorite liquor. She poured the clear liquid into a glass, watching it swirl and dance. Then she downed it in one go. The burn hit her mouth like fire, slid down her throat, and settled hot in her stomach. A satisfied breath escaped her. Like a woman possessed, she poured another glass and threw it back. "Ha!" A soft laugh slipped out, and a strange emotion stirred inside her chest. Back in that other world, she had a single glass of low-alcohol wine and felt dizzy. Now, here in the X world, she could enjoy this fire without consequence. What a difference! She set the glass down slowly, her eyes hazy. Her thoughts drifted, circling back to that world. Earlier, she accidentally called one of her mercenaries by the wrong name. Youngju, the assistant who had died in the explosion with her. She wondered how things were over there. Had the original host already gone back? The thought alone made Yunshu's heart clench sharp, like an invisible fist squeezing tight. Pain shot through her chest. And then there was Fu Huaisheng. Would he mistake her for the original host? At the base of the square, 2 figures crouched in the shadows, watching her with open curiosity. "Hey, number 11. Don't you think the boss has changed since she got back?" Number 6 kept her eyes locked on Yunshu. "Huh? I haven't really noticed." Number 11's voice was earnest. Number 6 rolled her eyes. "That's because you're a guy. You don't get it. A woman's intuition says she's been through something big." "What do you mean, something big?" Nothing phases her. I've seen her smile. She smiled at us yesterday, didn't she? Before you could set the sky on fire and she wouldn't even blink, Number 6 said with absolute certainty. Number 11 nodded slowly. "That's true. But it still doesn't prove a thing. There's more. I feel like she's thinking about a man." She dropped her voice to a whisper on the last word. "Come on. A man? She'd rather think about planes and tanks." "That's exactly what I'm saying. If you two have that much free time, get your asses over here and train." A cold, sharp voice sliced through the dark. Number 6 barely got the words out before Yunshu's command sent them scrambling off the square like their lives depended on it. Hell, sparring with Yunshu was worse than death. The days flew by. Before she knew it, Yunshu had been back in the parallel world for nearly a month. "Boss, are you serious?" Number 6 stared at her in disbelief. "Yes. Do as I said." Yunshu set down the document, her voice flat. "Why dissolve the base? You're back now. With you here, we'll be back on top in no time." Number 6 couldn't wrap her head around it. Yunshu said nothing. She just looked at Number 6, who immediately dropped her head, her tone turning respectful. Yes, boss. Right away. Once number 6 left the meeting hall, Yoon-shu stood and looked around. She built this place with her own hands. Now she was tearing it down just the same. Boss, have you really decided? The hoarse male voice came from behind. She turned to find number 2, her partner, the brother who had walked this path with her from the very beginning. After she disappeared, he held the base together alone. Then number 3 sprung a trap. Poisoned. Left him blind, deaf, and mute. That was how number 3 seized control and enslaved the mercenaries. Now, after treatment from a top doctor, he could speak and hear again. But his eyes still needed time. Yoon-shu walked over, took his hand, and guided him to a chair. I've decided, she said, her tone firm. In the beginning, she'd become a mercenary just to survive. After that came day after numb day. Then the explosion sent her to that other world. To Fu Huaisheng. Now she'd found a reason to keep going. Number 2 nodded. Then wait for me. Once I'm better, wherever you go, I'll follow. His face, scarred but healing, was full of hope. Yoon-shu's throat tightened. She swallowed the words caught there and finally answered, okay. I'll wait. That night, Yoon-shu sat alone in the center of the square, drinking. Since she'd returned, sleep never came on its own. Only hard liquor could knock her out. After 2 bottles, she leaned back in her chair and called out, come drink with me. The square was empty except for the night guards on the walls. But a few seconds later, a shadow emerged from a corner. Be boss. I was just passing by. Number 6 stammered, guilt written all over her face. Yoon-shu glanced at her, said nothing, and handed her a bottle. Drink. Yes, ma'am. Number 6 sat down obediently. They drank in silence, one gulp after another. Number 6 could hold her liquor, but not against Yoon-shu. Soon her head started spinning. Be boss. Are you thinking about a man? Number 6's face was flushed. She pointed at the bottle, then blurted the question searing through her mind. Yoon-shu almost smiled. Yeah. I'm thinking about a man. She tilted her head back, staring at the black, starless sky. In this parallel world, there were never any stars. So different from the nights at the garden. Those evenings they'd walked together felt like yesterday. She could still feel the warmth of his hand wrapped around hers. Haha. I knew it, you were thinking about a man, and number 11 said no, no way, hic, number 6 laughed, a hiccup escaping. So, boss, the man, who is he? Yoon-shu took a long swig. Whether it was the burn of the liquor or dust in her eyes, her vision blurred. She didn't answer. Number 6 never got a reply. She passed out and collapsed. Fu Huaisheng, husband. I miss you. The words slipped out, tender and soft, heavy with longing. The next morning, when number 6 woke from her hangover, she was back in the dormitory. A guard told her the boss had carried her there. Her head was a fog. She had a vague memory of talking about something with the boss last night, but she couldn't recall a thing. In the dense, sunless forest, Yoon-shu had arrived early that morning. She searched the wreckage of the plane first, then slowly expanded her radius. After a morning of no results, she sat down on a pile of rocks to rest, pulling out a notebook to mark her findings. Checking the time, she headed back to base. At the meeting hall, number 2, number 6, and number 11 were all there. Boss! Number 6 rushed at her, eyes wide with panic, as if terrified Yoon-shu might disappear again. I'm fine. Just went for a walk. She slid into her usual seat, took a sip of water, and looked at number 2. What's the latest? Number 2 pushed a notebook across the table. The mercenaries who came later. Gone. We paid them off. The money 01 had given them was more than they could have made in a lifetime of back-to-back missions. With that kind of cash, no one was about to keep risking their lives running missions. They took the payout and walked. 01 didn't even glance at the notebook. She gave a faint nod. But the brothers who've been here from the start, number 2 went on, they wouldn't take a cent, and they wouldn't leave. 01's gaze shifted to number 6 and number 11. And you too? We're not leaving. Not leaving. They answered in unison, their eyes blazing. She didn't bother asking number 2. She already knew his answer. 01 nodded. All right. If you're staying, you stay. This place will always be your home. Number 6 and number 11 broke into wide grins. Then number 2 asked a question that wiped the smiles clean off their faces. What about you? Are you leaving? Boss, where are you going? Boss, wherever you go, take us. Please. Number 6 and number 11 jumped in before she could answer. She looked at the 3 of them and said quietly, I don't want to lie to you. I have to go. It was what she wanted most right now. And what she had to do. Where, boss? Number 6 was tightened. Doesn't matter. Wherever boss goes, we go. Number 11 wasn't asking. Number 2 stayed silent, but the look on his face said everything. And the rest of the mercenaries would have answered the same way without hesitation. 01 was quiet for a long moment. I'm leaving this world. The words landed like a punch. Leaving this world. They didn't understand. As for when, or how, I don't know yet. She stood, and the air around her seemed to dim. Number 6 opened her mouth, but number 2 raised a hand. All right. When you figure out how to get out, just tell us. Something this impossible, and they didn't need reasons. They'd follow. Yeah. We're with boss, no matter what. Damn right. 01 turned to face the 3 of them, a tightness spreading through her chest. She was lucky. So impossibly lucky. Brothers who never asked why. Brothers who were simply there. Over the next few days, number 6 and number 11 helped 01 liquidate everything. Her wealth in the X world was staggering. The process was heavy, tedious, and ate up time. Number 2 led the rest of the brothers through brutal rehab training. Everyone was getting ready to live with her. 01 still went to that hilltop every day, searching until deep into the night before coming back to base. She was hunting for a key. A crack. Some kind of medium. A way out of this world. One evening, when she got back, number 6 was already waiting, rushing toward her. Boss. She handed 01 a bottle of water. Yeah. Something happened. 01 unscrewed the cap and drank. Everything's handled. Just one thing. Number 6 dug into her pocket. It looked old, kind of like an antique, so I held onto it for you. She held out a small box. 01 opened it. Inside was a medal. She studied it for a bit. Then another. The color drained from her face. She tilted it under the nearest light. Boss. What's wrong? Number 6 had never seen her like this. 01 didn't answer. She turned the medal over in her hands, a storm gathering behind her eyes. This medal was identical to the one Master Fu had given her at the banquet. She remembered lying awake half the night back at the Su family home, studying every inch of it. Even the tiny chip on one corner was exactly the same. But she'd left that medal in the safe at Eugene Garden. How was it here? How was it in the X world? Where did you find this? 01's voice went sharp. In Xiaobai's stable. The stable? Yeah. I already sold that property, but when I went to do the final walkthrough, I found it there. Just lying in the stable. I thought it looked interesting, so I kept it. Everything else, the diamonds, the houses, cars, planes, weapons, all liquidated. Seeing the tension on 01's face, Number 6 asked, her voice uncertain, did I screw up, boss? 01 shook her head. No. You did good. But, boss, I couldn't find Xiaobai anywhere. I searched everywhere. Guilt crept into number 6's voice. He's okay. Really? Number 6 face lit up. 01 nodded. Yeah. He's fine. So that was it. That was how Xiaobai had ended up in that other world. It had to be the medal. She received the medal there. And now it had followed her into the X world. This had to be the medium. This had to be what would take her back. A few nights later, 01 returned to the square. But this time, everything was different. Before, she always drank alone in that square. Tonight, she wasn't alone. The mercenaries who'd stayed gathered around her, drinking and laughing into the dark. They sat in a circle, trading stories and jokes, the energy electric. There were only 11 of them, but their joy seemed to fill every inch of the square. It felt like 100. Bottles emptied, one after another, and smashed against the ground. The sharp, clean shattering echoed into the night. 01 watched their unguarded smiles, and the loneliness that had burrowed inside her chest began, slowly, to heal. No one noticed the hours slipping by. By the time the last bottle was drained, the whole group lay sprawled across the square, drunk and careless, every which way. 01 set down her final bottle. She looked one last time at her brothers lying there, and something swelled hard against her ribs. She wiped the dampness from the corner of her eye. After a long moment, she stood. Slowly. Then she turned and walked away from the square, back toward the dormitory building. Quietly, she packed her things. Then she lay down on the bed, the medal clutched tight in her hand. Spring arrived in the capital. Autumn had come and gone. Winter too. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. Early sunlight spilled across the estate, stirring the world awake. In the Fu family gardens, leaves unfurled toward the gold, every plant reaching for its most elegant pose. Behind the main house, a new two-story duplex had been built. It was a scaled-down reflection of the main residence clean lines, quiet luxury, nothing ostentatious. The ground floor held a full medical team and cutting-edge equipment. The second floor was where Yunshu slept. She lay in the center of the master bedroom, still and peaceful, lost in her coma. Along one wall sat a narrow single bed. That was Fu Huaishang's. From the moment Yunshu collapsed, he stayed. Day and night. 2 top nursing specialists were on staff, but their work barely mattered next to his. Only when his body gave out completely would he sink onto that small mattress. More often, he propped himself against her headboard, closing his eyes for minutes at a time. He just wanted to be closer. To feel her presence. His dark eyes opened slowly. The haze cleared fast, focusing on the larger bed. At the sight of her still form, the eyes in his expression softened. He crossed the room, bent low, and whispered, "Good morning, wife." The words came out feather gentle, soaked in adoration. He straightened and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, he filled a basin with warm water, wet a towel, and wrung it out. Back at the bedside, he settled onto the mattress edge and began wiping her body with meticulous care. Every pass of the towel was as reverent as polishing a priceless treasure. Months of this devotion had healed every wound on her arms and legs without a single scar. He applied scar cream daily, never skipping. A soft knock broke the silence. The door eased open. The nurse stepped inside. "Good morning, Master Fu," she murmured, keeping her voice low. Seeing him clean Yunshu's face didn't faze her. She'd grown accustomed to it. She'd been at the Fu estate close to a year now. Hired as a nurse, her actual workload bordered on embarrassing. This man had learned every nursing technique himself. If he had even a free moment, he insisted on handling her care personally. Some days, cashing her paychecks stung with guilt. Once the wipe down was done, he smoothed moisturizer into her skin with the same precision. Then he pressed a feather-light kiss to her forehead. "Wife, I'll come back to you after the meeting," he said, voice barely above a breath. He rose and turned to the nurse, tone turning calm and direct. "When you massage her later, focus on the right arm. There's swelling near the elbow." "Yes, Master Fu." The nurse checked immediately. A faint puffiness, barely half the size of her palm, marked Yunshu's arm. She couldn't help the jolt of wonder. This man noticed everything. The smallest change. He must love his wife beyond reason. In all her years, she'd never seen a husband like this. Usually, long-term illness wore partners down. Initial distress, a few days of hands-on care, then slow withdrawal until only the nurses remained. But nearly a year in, Fu Huaishang hadn't shown a flicker of impatience. His care and presence had only intensified. After confirming the instructions, he turned and left the room. Li Jun waited in the corridor. As Fu Huaishang emerged, he stepped forward and handed over documents. The day's meeting agenda, every word commitment itemized. Since Yunshu's accident, Fu Huaishang had barely set foot near the company's towers. But running a multinational conglomerate didn't pause for personal grief. After careful thought, he moved her to the estate and assembled a medical team on par with any hospital, ensuring she got the best recovery environment possible. He also shifted his office back to the main house. Now he handled most business from home. If executive meetings were required, the top brass drove up to the estate. To avoid disturbing her rest, he transformed the garden where they used to walk together into that small, elegant duplex. This way, the moment work ended, he could reach her in seconds. Fu Huaishang flipped through the documents as he strode toward the main building, Li Jun at his heels. They entered what had once been a private study, now converted into a conference room. Every senior executive was already seated. The Fu family estate lay cloaked in heavy silence. Inside the ancestral hall, Master Fu knelt on both knees before the altar, forehead nearly touching the old wooden floor. His hands were clasped tight, and he murmured desperate prayers to the tablets of his ancestors. "Ancestors of the Fu house, please shield that child, Yunshu." His voice scraped, raw. Tears brimmed, blurring his sight. Nearly a year, and she still hadn't woken. The not knowing carved at him from the inside out. He came here without fail, every single day, begging for a miracle that Yunshu would open her eyes soon. The attendant stood a respectful step behind him, his own heart clenching at the sight of the old man's gaunt figure and sunken spirit. Yunshu's coma hadn't just drained Master Fu. It had wrapped the whole Fu family in shadow. "Master," the attendant said softly, "the ancestors will surely protect the young mistress. Please, you must take care of yourself." A long, shuddering sigh escaped the old man. A servant rushed forward to steady him. "Is Huaishang still the same?" Old Master Fu asked. "Yes, sir. The young master hasn't come out of his study at Jinyuan. He's cancelled everything: social engagements, business trips. The doctors are still searching around the clock," the servant reported. Old Master Fu nodded and said nothing more. Fu Huaishang's meeting had dragged on for nearly 2 hours. The second he stepped out of the conference room, the bodyguard was right there. "Young master. It's Xiaobai. You need to come." His voice was tight, urgency carved into his face. "What happened?" Fu Huaishang was already moving, long strides cutting toward the stables. "I checked on him earlier. The vet tried to get an Si in, but he completely lost it. It's bad. They're afraid to sedate him. Ever since the day Xiaobai broke loose from the stable to find Yunshu and she scolded him for it, he'd stopped eating and drinking. By the time Yunshu's accident happened, Xiaobai was already near death. The vets pulled an all-nighter and managed to save him, but he still refused to eat. In the days that followed, Xiaobai sank into a deep depression, every trace of his old fire gone. Nobody had told him about Yunshu's condition. Somehow, he seemed to know anyway. Fu Huaisheng flew in the best equine vets. He tried every trick in the book to get the horse to eat. Nothing worked. Xiaobai's weight dropped fast. The animal, once hundreds of pounds of muscle and grace, was now a skeleton draped in skin. It hurt just to look at him. The bodyguard had spent over a month in the hospital himself. The moment he was well enough, he took over Xiaobai's care. He couldn't do anything to help Yunshu, but he was damn well going to make sure Xiaobai recovered. Every glimpse of the horse's pitiful condition sent fresh guilt flooding through him. He replayed that day 1,000 times. If he could rewind time, if only he could. He'd trade his life for Yunshu's safety without a second's hesitation. Anything but seeing her lying unconscious and Xiaobai starving himself to death. They reached the stable fast. The vets and stable hands clustered outside the stall, their faces drawn and pale. Inside, Xiaobai's labored breathing echoed, punctuated by restless, anxious sounds. Young master! Young master! Everyone stepped back as Fu Huaisheng strode in. Inside the stall, Xiaobai's once white coat was filthy, matted with straw and dried mud. He lay limp on a bed of hay, too weak to stand. Still, his hooves kept striking over and over, each movement sapping what little strength he had left, each one followed by a harsh, rattling breath. His sides heaved, fast and strained, like a broken bellows. Young master, Xiaobai's at his limit. He's extremely weak and unstable, the vet said, was heavy. We tried to get close, but every time we enter, he slams his head against the wall. If we sedate him, it might calm him temporarily, but his body could reject it. He might not. The vet trailed off. Fu Huaisheng understood. The horse could die on the spot. His jaw tightened. His already gone face went cold. Xiaobai was family to Yunshu. She went down, and he stopped eating. That kind of fierce, unwavering devotion it was gutting. Fu Huaisheng shrugged off his suit jacket. The bodyguard took it. Then he stepped into the stall. Xiaobai couldn't lift his head. But the instant he sensed someone moving close, he started to throw it back, aiming for the wall. Fu Huaisheng lunged forward and caught his head, holding it steady. Xiaobai! It's me! That low, cold voice cut through the stall. The struggling horse stilled. His mouth fell open, panting hard. Fu Huaisheng lowered himself to the stable floor, still cradling Xiaobai's head. When the horse stopped trying to hurt himself, he freed one hand and stroked his flank the exact same way Yunshu used to do when they were playing. Xiaobai, be good, okay? You have to eat. If Yuna comes back and finds out you've been misbehaving, she's going to be furious. And I won't cover for you. He paused, his voice dropping low. Lately, I keep feeling like she's close. Like she's about to open her eyes. What do you think she's going to do when she sees you like this? He kept stroking him. Kept talking. Little by little, Xiaobai stopped kicking. He hung his head, listening. When the horse finally went still, Fu Huaisheng signaled the vet. The vet approached and started the si. This time, Xiaobai didn't fight it. Fu Huaisheng stayed on the floor with him until both si bags ran dry. Only then did he stand. Just as he did, a stable hand stepped in and laid fresh hay in Xiaobai's trough. The horse caught the sweet scent. He strained his neck, tongue reaching for the hay. Fu Huaisheng saw it. He bent down, scooped up a handful of hay, and held it to Xiaobai's mouth. Eat. Xiaobai understood. He looked at the hay in Fu Huaisheng's hand, then opened his mouth and took it gently. He chewed slowly, his movements sluggish, but he was eating. Every person in that stable stared in disbelief. An hour ago, Xiaobai had been frantic. No one could get near him, let alone get him to eat. But a few words from Fu Huaisheng, and the little white horse had calmed. Now he was eating. That kind of loyalty. No wonder Yunshu loved him so fiercely. Xiaobai hadn't eaten in a long time, and his appetite was still tiny. After 2 handfuls, he refused more. The vet explained that was normal, his system needed time to come back, and small, frequent meals would help him regain his appetite. So in the days that followed, at every mealtime, the bodyguard appeared at the stable. He would talk to Xiaobai, then scoop up hay with his bare hands and feed him. Thud! Thud! Each impact echoed, muffled, through the endless black. Yunshu threw herself against the invisible wall. Again. And again. Every time, it slammed her back without mercy. She lost track of how long she'd been doing this. The moment she understood that the meadow was her only path back to the 21st century, she returned to this tunnel. No moon. No sun. Just a void stretching in every direction, bottomless and silent. But she knew one truth: if she could break through this barrier and follow the path beyond, she'd get home. Back to Fu Huaishang. She shoved herself up from the nothingness that passed for ground, dragged in a breath, and charged with everything she had. Thud! Thud! The dark swallowed the songs. The wall didn't budge. Time blurred. She was so tired. Her body was wrecked. Every collision felt like bones splintering. Still, she kept going. More impacts. She let herself close her eyes just for a second. The darkness pulled her under before she could resist. She drifted upward, weightless. Looking down, she saw herself still there below, still throwing her body at the wall, over and over. Her hands clenched. Nails bit into palms. She felt nothing. No. She ground her teeth. Don't stop. Don't you dare rest. She jolted awake. Her eyes flew open. Her body snapped upright, coiled to charge again. But the moment she lifted her leg, a voice exploded in her ear, ancient, resonant, like a temple bell. Little girl, aren't you afraid of the pain? Yunshu flinched and spun, scanning the blackness. Nothing. Only wood. She steadied her breath. No, she said, voice even. For the man I love, I'll throw myself at that wall until I break through. A booming laugh answered. How? This one's got fire. Tough as iron. Other voices stirred in the dark. Some praised her. Some said with warmth. Some hummed approval. Truly, a good child. Our descendants are blessed to have someone like her. Descendants. Something clicked in Yunshu's chest. Who were they? The first voice sobered before she could chase the thought. Since you're not afraid, little girl, then break through. Before she could react, her body lifted. An invisible force seized her. Countless hands pressed against her back, shoving her forward, hurtling her straight at the wall. And this time, a miracle. She passed through. She landed in a space she'd never seen. Before she could catch her breath, a storm of blinding light slashed at her like razor blades. Every touch was agony. Her cells screamed. Her body felt like it was being ripped apart and set on fire at once. Yunshu didn't fall. She locked her jaw, dodged the searing streaks, and wove through the onslaught like a swallow cutting through a thunderstorm. She ran straight for the brightness ahead. Behind the wall, shadowed figures watched in silence. When they saw her brave the light and sprint toward the glow, approval filled their eyes. Just as she reached the light, boom! A wave of pure white crashed over her, drowning everything in perfect brilliance. The darkness vanished. On an ornate European-style bed, Yunshu slowly opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered against her lower lids, delicate as butterfly wings. Sunlight stabbed into her pupils. She squeezed her eyes shut. A long moment passed before she adjusted and opened them again. She looked around. The room was arranged like a master suite. Across from her, Fu Huaishang's suit jacket hung neatly on a rack. A wave of joy surged through her, so fierce it stole her breath. She made it. She was back. She wasn't 01 anymore. She was Yunshu. Fu Huaishang's Yunshu. Her gaze drifted to the oxygen mask on her face, to the machines humming quietly around the bed. She tried to lift her hand and pull the mask off. The motion should have been simple. It felt impossible. Her hand shook uncontrollably. She barely grazed the edge of the mask before her arm gave out. On the second try, she hooked her fingers around it and tugged it free. A ragged gasp tore from her throat. Fresh air. It had been so long. Her joints cracked loudly, stiff and protesting. Yunshu frowned. How long have I been lying here? Her limbs were rigid, useless. Her entire body felt soft and drained. She had strength inside her, but her muscles refused to listen. Too long in that bed. No movement. Her muscles had atrophied, her joints locked up. That was why her limbs felt so heavy. Why her body wouldn't obey. She'd been resting for a while. Then Yunshu slowly pushed herself upright. Her fingers had just brushed the wires taped to her chest when the door swung open. A nurse stepped in, massage kit in hand, and froze. The woman on the bed was awake. The same woman the doctors had said would never open her eyes again. And now she was sitting up on her own. The nurse's first instinct was to yell. But Yunshu's eyes found her, and she breathed out, "Don't shout. Come, help me." Every syllable scraped like sandpaper through her throat. The nurse rushed forward. "Oh yes, ma'am. Of course. What do you need?" Yunshu pointed at the monitoring wires and swallowed hard. "Take this off. Not comfortable." "I can't, ma'am. Let me get the doctor first. It might not be safe to remove them yet." She didn't dare do it on her own. Yunshu had been in a vegetative state for so long one wrong move could be catastrophic. Yunshu gave a shallow nod. She understood. Then she asked, "Fu Huishen, where is he?" "He's in a meeting in the main building, ma'am." "I'll go tell him right now. Please, just lie back and wait." The nurse tried to ease her down. Yunshu waved her off. "No. I want to sit." Lying flat made her feel worse. She gestured toward the phone on the side table. "I'll call him. You get the doctor." All right. The nurse practically pressed the phone into her palm. The instant Yunshu started dialing, the nurse bolted out of the room. She nearly collided with Luo Zhongchen in the hallway. He caught her arm. "What happened? Why are you running?" She's awake." The nurse gasped. Luo Zhongchen stared. "What? Ma'am is awake. I need the doctor." Before she finished the sentence, Luo Zhongchen was already sprinting down the hall. "I'll get the doctor. You stay with her." "Okay." Inside the room, the call connected. The conference room was thick with tension as executives delivered final evaluations for the conglomerate's next year's strategy. A phone rang. His phone. Fu Huaishan never left his ringer on during meetings. Not until Yunshu came into his life. And he hadn't silenced it since. He saw the caller ID her room number and his chest locked tight. He hit answer. "Yes. What's wrong?" His voice cracked, thin with worry. "Husband." Time stopped. Fu Huaishan went rigid. He stared at the screen of his laptop, completely paralyzed, like a virus had seized every neural pathway in his brain. "Husband, are you there?" That red whisper again. He snapped free. "Yes. Yunshu, I'm right here." Before the words fully left his mouth, he was on his feet, striding for the door. Behind him, the executives traded bewildered looks. Once he hit the hallway, he ran. Su Zongyuan fell in behind him immediately. There was only one person on the planet who could make the man move like that. Fu Huaishan never hung up. She could hear the pounding of his footsteps through the phone, and she tried to tell him not to rush, but her throat was too dry, too raw. Every attempt came out as another broken breath. Hearing her struggle only drove him harder. He pushed his speed to its absolute limit. The annex was close to the main building. He made it in just under 3 minutes. By the time he reached the second-floor bedroom, the doctors were already inside. Luo Zhongchen stood guard. Fu Huaishang didn't slow. He charged through the door. And there she was. Yun Shu, in a white lounge set, propped against the headboard. Her face was bare and pale, her striking features fragile, and her eyes were locked on the doorway. The moment she saw him, those eyes lit up. Pure, unfiltered joy. Their gazes met across the room, a reunion long overdue. A quiet smile touched her lips, and without realizing it, tears slipped down her cheeks. The sight knifed straight through him. In 3 long strides, he was at her bedside. Sir! Sir! The greetings from the doctors and nurses went ignored. His entire world had narrowed to her. Yun Shu. His voice was low and unsteady. Her eyes still shimmered. She nodded, as if to confirm it for him. Husband. I'm back. The doctor cleared his throat, confirmed she was out of immediate danger, and discreetly ushered everyone out of the room. Fu Huaishang's chest still heaved from the sprint, but his eyes were wet with something else entirely. Joy. Sheer, overwhelming relief. She was back. His whole world was back. Then, in the very next heartbeat, something dark rose in his gaze. He leaned down, bracing his hands on either side of her, and brushed his lips softly over hers. A feather of a kiss. There and gone. His eyes never left her face, as if he was afraid she'd vanish the second he blinked. Yun Shu, is this real? He'd had too many dreams exactly like this. And he was terrified that any moment now, he'd wake up to find her gone all over again. Yun Shu's heart clenched. Now that she was really looking, she could see it. Fu Huaishang looked so fragile she was afraid he might shatter if she touched him. She gathered what little strength she had, pushed herself up, and pressed her lips to his. She didn't stop at a soft kiss. She deepened it, fierce and demanding, pushing into that cold, guarded mouth. The second her familiar sweetness registered, his body locked tight. He let her kiss him, frozen. Yun Shu wanted to keep going, but her body was too weak. Just before she pulled back, she caught his lower lip between her teeth and bit down, gentle but deliberate. Then her strength gave out completely and she collapsed backward. Fu Huaishang's face went pale. His hand shot out, catching her before her head could hit the wall behind her. Husband, do you believe me now, that it's really me? Her voice came in ragged bursts, her chest heaving. I believe you. I believe you. Where does it hurt? Tell me where you're hurting. His voice was tight, strained with fear. She shook her head. She had nothing left to give. Doctor! Get in here! Fu Huaishang shouted toward the door without looking away from her. The medical team had been stationed right outside. They rushed in immediately. Check her. She's in pain. Move fast. Take a breath, Mr. Fu. Let us do our jobs. The lead doctor signaled, and the nurses began running tests. After a thorough examination, they removed most of the monitoring equipment. How is she? How's my wife? Why was she struggling to breathe? What caused that level of distress? Fu Huaishang's lips pressed into a hard line, his dark eyes blazing with barely contained panic. The lead doctor turned to face him, expression lit with cautious excitement. Mr. Fu, your wife's vitals have all returned to normal. The fact that she woke up at all is a miracle. His voice carried genuine awe. Every specialist, both Western and Eastern medicine, had agreed on her prognosis. A patient in a vegetative state with no realistic hope of recovery. But she was awake now, and her body had healed itself. There was only one word for what had happened. Miracle. The labored breathing, the difficulty speaking, the overall weakness. That's from extended bed rest. Some basic functions need time to come back online. Once she starts rehab, She'll be fine. The doctor's tone was calm and reassuring. Just remember, recovery has to happen in stages. Don't push her too fast. She needs rest. Fu Huaisheng filed every word away. Understood. Yunshu watched him, then reached out and took his hand. When his eyes met hers, she gave him a faint smile. The wire-stretched taut inside his mind finally loosened. His wife was really back. The doctors excused themselves again, tactful as always. Fu Huaisheng sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze locked on her. After a long pause, the worry still bled through. Besides the trouble speaking, is anything else wrong? She shook her head. Headache. Another shake. Dizzy. She shook her head again. Before he could fire off a fourth question, she forced her voice out, her throat aching raw. Fu Huaisheng. I'm fine, don't worry. Okay. He reached out and carefully pulled her into his arms. For a moment, their heartbeats seemed to align. A heavy knock shattered the quiet. A few seconds later, Master Fu strode in. He'd gotten the news shortly after Fu Huaisheng had. The moment he saw Yunshu sitting upright, his eyes went red. Fu Huaisheng moved fast to steady him. Grandpa, cough, cough, she tried to greet him, but the effort set off a coughing fit. Master Fu hadn't even sat down yet. He bellowed toward the door, someone get in here. My granddaughter-in-law is coughing. She's in distress. Grandpa, she's fine. She was bedridden a long time. Her body needs time to bounce back. The doctors already cleared her, Fu Huaisheng said. The old man narrowed his eyes. You're sure? I'm sure. Master Fu looked at Yunshu. She nodded. That finally convinced him. Fine. Good. That's good. Then his frown returned. But she can't keep coughing like that. She can barely get a word out. I'm sending the top specialists over to examine her myself, he announced, waving a hand. Neither Fu Huaisheng nor Yunshu argued this time. If it gave Grandpa peace of mind, it was worth it. Master Fu sat down beside the bed, his weathered face soft with warmth. His whole body trembled with emotion. He had so much he wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. His old eyes were glassy. Yunshu smiled at him, letting him know she was okay. Good girl, such a good girl, the old man kept repeating it. They were the only words that fit. The weight he'd been carrying for a year finally lifted. She had clawed her way back from a vegetative state. She must have suffered so terribly. In that moment, the old war-hardened general couldn't find anything else to say. He just kept murmuring, good girl. Behind them, the butler silently wiped his eyes. The young mistress was awake. The master's year of prayers had been answered. Worried that Yunshu would wear herself out, Master Fu left quickly. But not before firing off a solid half-hour of instructions at Fu Huaisheng and unloading a carload of supplements. It took nearly 20 minutes just to bring them all inside. After seeing him off, Fu Huaisheng returned to the room. Yunshu was lying down, but her eyes were still open. Rest, sweetheart. You just woke up. You can't push yourself. He sat on the edge of the bed and instinctively reached out to pat her gently, the same rhythm he always used to lull her to sleep. She shook her head, then fixed her gaze on the empty space beside her. She wanted him up there with her. Be good. I'll crowd you. He wasn't taking any chances. Crowd her. On a bed nearly 9 feet wide. She stared at him, brow furrowed, her expression cool and direct. A second later, he was shrugging out of his jacket. Fine. But if I crowd you, you tell me. Got it? She nodded. He climbed onto the bed and lay down beside her. But he kept a fist's worth of distance between them. Always. Yunshu shifted closer, closing the gap between her and Fu Huaisheng. He started to pull back, trying to protect the narrow space still left between them. But the sharp warning in her eyes froze him in place. He didn't dare move. So they stayed like that. Face to face. Silent. Their eyes saying everything neither of them had said out loud yet. Yoon-soo took him in. His face was thinner now. The hard jawline was still there, but his cheeks had hollowed. She glanced at the cramped single bed pushed next to hers, then at the dark shadows carved deep under his eyes. She understood in an instant. All those days she'd been unconscious, this man had been clinging to a hopeless weight, pushing through every night and every morning alone. She lifted her hand and rested it against his cheek. Then she mouthed the words. I love you. Fu Huaishang stared into her bright, clear eyes and saw his own reflection staring back. And in that moment, the nearly year-long wait didn't feel so punishing anymore. He shifted closer and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. His voice came out low and thick. I love you too, wife. Forever. They wrapped their arms around each other, soaking up the warmth, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun rose like any other day. When Fu Huaishang woke, she was gone. He sat up hard, his hand shooting to her side of the bed. Cold. Panic spiked through his chest. He swung his legs to the floor and strode into the bathroom, then the walk-in closet. Nothing. Still in his pajamas, he bolted out of the room, his face tight with dread. Downstairs, he spotted the nurse. His voice came out clipped and low. Where is my wife? Master Fu, the bodyguard just took her to the stable, the nurse said quickly. The stable? Fu Huaishang changed direction and ran. Yoon-soo had woken early. She watched him sleeping soundly for a moment, then eased herself up, settled into the wheelchair he'd arranged for her, and slipped out of the room. Her muscles were still too weak. The chair wasn't optional yet. She'd been thinking about Xiaobai and wanted to check on the horse first. When she ran into the bodyguard, they headed to the stable together. Xiaobai had recovered a lot, but he was still painfully thin. He could kneel and lie down now. Standing would take more time. The moment Yoon-soo saw him, the horse's frail state cut straight through her. Xiaobai spotted her too and let out a heavy snort. He tried to stand and couldn't. His hooves stamped in frustration. Let me in there, Yoon-soo said to the bodyguard. He understood and wheeled her straight into Xiaobai's stall. Up close, the horse settled a little. Xiaobai, the mistress can't talk well yet. Be good, the bodyguard said. After days of care, Xiaobai knew the bodyguard's voice. The desperate snorting faded. When Fu Huaishang reached the stable, the sight stopped him cold. Yoon-soo sat in her wheelchair, and Xiaobai had lowered his massive head, resting it gently against her feet. The horse was perfectly still. Not far from the university, in a cramped apartment complex. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room. One room was spotless. The studio. The other looked like a disaster zone. Trash covered every surface. Food wrappers, half-eaten containers, spilled drinks dried and caked onto the floor. Moon pushed open the door and nearly gagged from the sour stench. She pinched her nose, stepped inside, glanced at the closed studio door, and let out a long sigh. Then she waved the maids in behind her. 2 of them scrubbed for 3 solid hours, cutting through the grime and stains. After she sprayed air freshener into every corner, she sent them back to the Shangfu estate. She sank onto the sofa, listening to the frantic keyboard clatter coming from the studio. Worry twisted tight in her chest. Ever since that day at the hospital, the day Yoon-soo slipped into a coma, San Hachen had become someone else. He moved out of the family home the next day and rented this place near school. He went to class during the day and stayed up all night working on his website. His grades had soared. He was now second in his year. First place, of course, still belonged to Yoon-soo. And his website was taking off, already ranking among the top 50 internet systems in the country. But he skipped meals. He never rested. He'd been hospitalized twice for stomach perforations. Moon was terrified for his health. She stopped by constantly with food, but unless she stood there and watched him eat, it would sit untouched until it went cold. She begged him to slow down. His answer never changed. He wanted Yoon-soo to wake up and see that he hadn't been slacking, that he'd made her proud. And Moo-yoon could never argue with that. The studio door creaked open. Sun Ha-chun stepped out, his face pale, dark circles gouged deep beneath his eyes. He didn't look surprised to see her. He just gave a casual nod. When did you get here? He didn't even seem to notice the room had been cleaned. He made straight for the bathroom. When he came out and headed back toward the studio, Moo-yoon called out, Sun Ha-chun, stop. He paused and turned. What's wrong? How long are you going to keep this up? Her voice cracked. How much more do you think your body can take? Her eyes were already red. Watching him destroy himself like this was breaking her heart. Sun Ha-chun felt a stab of guilt, but he held his ground. Almost done. Just a few more days and I can finish the system upgrade. When teacher wakes up and sees I pulled it off on my own, she'll be happy. Really happy. Moo-yoon stepped closer, her voice pleading. Sun Ha-chun, you've already done so much. She would be proud. But you cannot keep grinding your body into the ground. He looked red. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, his skin an unnatural gray. Last time he was hospitalized, the doctor had told him point-blank that if he kept this pace, he could collapse and never get back up. I'm fine. I'll rest after I finish this, okay? He wasn't hearing the warning. His mind was locked on a single track. All he wanted was to make Yoon-soo proud. Sun Ha-chun, you already pushed yourself way too hard. If your mentor could see this, she'd be proud. But if she knew you were wrecking your health over it, do you really think she'd be happy? Shangfu Muse was out of options. She had to say Yoon-soo's name one more time to get through to him. And it hit. The stubborn set of Sun Ha-chun's jaw softened, just a fraction. He understood every logical reason. But every time he thought about Yoon-soo's condition, something inside him screamed that he had to act, had to do something. Since he couldn't help medically, he threw everything into perfecting the website they built together. Sun Ha-chun had never stopped believing she would wake up. And when that day came, he wanted to look her in the eye and say, Mentor, I didn't let you down. That single thought was the only thing keeping him upright. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Come eat with me, Shangfu Muse said, catching the shift in his expression. Sun Ha-chun hesitated a second, then nodded. They sat, and she unpacked the food she brought. She'd already eaten, but she'd lied because she was worried about him. She kept piling food onto his plate. Sun Ha-chun managed a decent amount, then his stomach seized without warning. He doubled over and vomited. Sun Ha-chun. Shangfu Muse saw the pain rip through him. He lifted a hand to wave her off, but a metallic taste flooded his mouth. Blood spattered across the table. A split second later, he collapsed sideways onto the sofa, completely out. Over at the Fu residence, Yoon-soo sat at the dining table, eyes fixed on the tall figure moving through the kitchen. Fu Huaishan stood at the stove, fully focused on simmering a nourishing soup for her. His features were sharp, almost too handsome to be real. He wore a gray cashmere lounge set with a black apron tied at his waist. His long fingers held a ladle, stirring with quiet precision every inch the devoted husband. The estate had a full staff of world-class chefs, but he insisted on cooking for her himself. All for a single bowl of soup. So Yoon-soo sat there, completely at ease, waiting patiently and enjoying the view. Behind him, a small army of chefs and maids stood at attention, ready to pass an ingredient or follow an order the second he asked. A few minutes later, he came out holding the bowl. The warm, savory scent reached her before he even set it down. Just the smell made her stomach clench with hunger. Wife, taste it. Tell me what you think. He placed the soup gently in front of her, positioning it carefully so there was no chance of a spill. In his eyes right now, she was fragile as glass, utterly incapable of fending for herself. He let it cool in the kitchen for a minute, so the temperature was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Yunshu nodded. But the moment she reached for the spoon, Fu Huaishan sat down beside her, picked it up, and took over feeding her. She didn't fight it. She just lifted an eyebrow. Go on, then. He looked at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. His large hand held the white porcelain spoon steady, and he fed her in slow, careful sips. After so long with nothing real in her stomach, Yunshu's appetite was wide open. She finished the first bowl and motioned for a second. Seeing her enjoy it that much made him ridiculously happy. But when the second bowl disappeared just as fast and she signaled for a third, Fu Huaishan's concern kicked in. She pouted and gestured again. He didn't move. Yunshu stared at him, impatient. Wife, you just woke up. Too much at once isn't good for you. How about we do smaller portions more often? His voice was gentle, careful. She shook her head. No, cough, cough. When it came to food, Yunshu was every bit as relentless as she was in a fight. And soup wasn't filling anyway. When he tried to deny her, she got so frustrated she attempted to speak and immediately triggered a coughing fit. She tried to force the words out anyway, but Fu Huaishan couldn't stand seeing her uncomfortable for even a second. He surrendered instantly. All right. Don't get upset, and don't try to talk. I'll get it. He headed straight back to the kitchen, moving like every second he delayed might make her get up and go herself. Yunshu was just settling in, happily waiting for her next bowl, when a frantic voice exploded from the front door. Sis! Where is she? Shen Yishuan burst inside and grabbed the first maid he ran into. Where's my sister? Madam is in the dining room, the maid answered quickly. Before she even finished, Shen Yishuan was already charging through. Yunshu heard the commotion and turned her wheelchair around just as her brother came face to face with her. He stopped so abruptly his feet practically locked to the floor. Seeing her sitting up, awake, real, he couldn't take another step. She looked at the boy in front of her. He'd aged years in the time she'd been out. She tilted her head, motioning for him to come closer. Shen Yishuan just stared, frozen. That face. Those same cool, steady eyes. Now lifting a hand to wave him over. He didn't even notice the tears streaming down his face. The entire time she'd been unconscious, he'd come to the Fu residence every free moment he had and just sat for hours. She was the only family he had left. If something happened to her, Shen Yishuan didn't know how he'd survive it. When Su Zongyuan called to say she was awake and he could visit today, the joy hit him harder than a $5 million lottery win. He looked at her now, tears pooling in his eyes, a smile breaking through. Just then, Fu Huaishan walked out of the kitchen with a half bowl of soup. Shen Yishuan snapped out of his daze. He rushed to her wheelchair, crouched down, and looked up at her. Sis, you're finally awake. I've been waiting so long. It felt like forever. Yunshu patted his shoulder once, but said nothing. Sis, you don't know how terrified I was that day. If I lost you, I'd be completely alone. What would I even do? When Su Zongyuan called and said you woke up, I was so happy I nearly lost my mind. Shen Yishuan kept rambling, the words tumbling out in a flood, but Yunshu only watched him, silent. That was when the wrongness clicked. He straightened up and spun toward Fu Huaishan. Brother-in-law, my sister's injury was to her head, right? So why can't she talk and why is she in a wheelchair? Fu Huaishan didn't even have time to open his mouth before Yunshu answered the question herself. She spun her wheelchair in a tight circle, and it slammed right into Shen Yishuan while he was still crouched, nearly knocking him flat on the floor. Her control was flawless. She spun the wheelchair in a perfect arc and stopped exactly in front of the bowl in Fu Huaishang's hands. She looked up at him, eyes sharp. The message was clear, feed me. Now. Fu Huaishang cracked a smile at her theatrics, the corner of his mouth lifting. But Shen Yishuang didn't catch on at all. He shot to his feet. Brother-in-law, why isn't my sister talking? Yunshu aimed a death glare at him. Before she could get a word out, the man beside her answered for her. Your sister's throat needs time to recover. The wheelchair is the same deal. Oh. Okay. You scared me. I thought she'd gone permanently mute. The last word died in his throat. Yunshu's eyes had already locked onto their target. Shen Yishuang clamped his mouth shut and sat back down like a scolded kid. A few seconds later, he jolted upright. Oh. Right. Sis, San Hachan doesn't even know you're awake yet. I'm gonna call him and make his day. He yanked out his phone and dialed. The call took forever to connect. Hey, San Hachan. A pause, surprise flickering across his face. Oh. It's Muse. What? His voice cracked on the next word. Yunshu and Fu Huaishang, both mid-sip of soup, turned to look at him, brows furrowed. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Shen Yishuang hung up and turned to his sister. Sis, San Hachan's in the hospital. It sounds serious. Yunshu's brow creased. Beside her, Fu Huaishang set the soup bowl down on the table and called out, Li Jun, get the car. San Hachan was Yunshu's student. If something happened to him, she'd need to be there. He didn't wait for her to ask. He just moved. They left within minutes. By the time they reached the hospital, San Hachan was out of surgery. Shangfu Muse sat at his bedside. His stomach had hemorrhaged badly. The doctors were stunned to learn he'd already survived 2 gastric perforations. They said he hadn't been taking care of himself at all. If Shangfu Muse hadn't gotten him to the hospital in time, the damage could have been catastrophic. Shangfu Muse stared at his bloodless lips, her chest tightening. Eyes wet, she dipped a cotton swab in water and pressed it gently to his mouth. Muse, don't cry. I'm okay, his voice scraped out, thin and exhausted. I'm not crying. I'll cry when you're dead. The words snapped out before she could stop them, fury sharp on her tongue. Okay, when I'm dead, then you can cry. Yushi shot to her feet, pointing at him, too angry to speak. Then she spun around and rushed out of the room. And ran straight into Yunshu and Shen Yishuang. Shangfu Muse froze in the doorway. She couldn't believe her eyes. She blinked. Rubbed them hard. Blinked again. Yunshu was right there. Master, Shangfu Muse whispered it, half afraid this was some kind of hallucination. Yunshu nodded. Is it really you, Master? Her voice wobbled. The woman in front of her wore a mask. Only her cool eyes were visible. Shangfu Muse knew those eyes. But she didn't dare trust them. Yunshu lifted a hand and waved. Shen Yishuang stepped forward, the designated explainer. Muse, it's really her. She woke up. At that, Shangfu Muse finally let herself believe. She dropped to her knees, collapsed into Yunshu's lap against the wheelchair, and burst into sobs. Master, she hiccuped through the tears. San Hachan's bullying me, a will broke loose. You have to make him pay for it. She cried so hard her nose ran, tears streaking down her face. Shen Yishuang stood to the side, grimacing. He was already mentally drafting San Hachan's eulogy. Shangfu Muse filing that complaint was a death sentence. When she finally got herself under control, Shangfu Muse looked up at Yunshu, her eyes brimming with questions. Yunshu lifted her hand again. Shen Yishuang jumped in. Muse, my sister's throat and body both need time to recover. She has to talk less and use the wheelchair for now. Oh. I thought maybe Master was. She'd been about to say the same thing Shen Yishuang had thought earlier. Good thing he cut her off. Yunshu glanced toward the hospital room behind her, then raised an eyebrow. Shangfu Muse nodded. Shen Yishuan pushed the wheelchair inside. Then he stepped back out into the hallway with Shangfu Muse. Why'd you come out? Isn't your sister's throat bad? Shangfu Muse asked. She told me to. You think I'd say no? No, Shangfu Muse agreed flatly. Shen Yishuan shrugged. Case closed. They waited, pushing their ears to the doorknob and then to eavesdrop. They heard nothing. Close to 15 minutes later, Fu Huaishang came up from the car where he'd been waiting. Yunshu had just woken up. She didn't need to wear herself out. He was about to knock when the door swung open. Yunshu wheeled herself out, her expression impossible to read. Behind her, San Haochen lay in the bed, his eyes rimmed red as he turned his head to watch her go. Let's head home, wife. You need rest. Fu Huaishang stepped forward and took hold of the wheelchair. Yunshu nodded. Shangfu Muse felt a sharp pang of guilt. She walked over and crouched in front of Yunshu. Master, I'm so sorry. You just woke up and I already. Yunshu patted her shoulder, cutting her off, then waved goodbye. Goodbye, master. The day had been a strange tangle of emotions, sadness because San Haochen was hospitalized, and shock because Yunshu was awake. When Yunshu and the others were out of sight, Shangfu Muse walked back into the room. San Haochen had settled. He smiled the second he saw her. What are you smiling about? I already told master you bullied me. Just wait till she's back on her feet. You're done for. Shangfu Muse tried to sound stern. At her words, San Haochen's smile only widened. A bit later, he said softly, it feels good, getting scolded by master again. Shangfu Muse, still angry, felt her eyes burn. All the suffering he put himself through, everything he'd been holding out for, wasn't it all so that Yunshu would finally open her eyes? Sunlight flooded the back garden, and Xiaobai's coat gleamed like the brightest star in the yard. Every stride brimmed with power, strong legs springing high, pure strength and stamina on full display. He was round and healthy now, thanks to all the food he ate every day. The stable hands fed him a balanced diet to help him recover, and he devoured twice as much per meal as any other horse. Under the nutritionist's careful watch, Xiaobai had never been in better shape. The days of skin and bones were long gone, replaced by a lively, vibrant animal. A voice rang out from across the garden. Master! Yunshu turned. Gu Hongxian, Mu Ying, and Shen Yishuang were all walking toward her. Master! Master! Sis! When Yunshu saw the healthy color in Gu Hongxuan's face, she smiled. Mu Ying rushed forward and threw her arms around her. Master, we missed you. Yunshu looked from her to the two behind her. What's all this? Shen Yishuang scanned the yard carefully, then leaned in and dropped his voice. Brother-in-law said you needed to rest. He wouldn't let any of us visit. A whole month had passed since they'd last seen her. The night she went to the hospital to see Gu Hongxian, she came back running a low fever, and Fu Huaishang shut the doors to everyone, no exceptions, not even for Zhou Qimeng or Su Zongyuan. Now that her recovery was solid, he finally relented and let Shen Yishuang and the others in. Gu Hongxian stepped up behind her, a little bashful. Master, I'm better now. Yunshu studied him, then nodded. Good. You're recovering well. And the website looks great, too. A few days ago, curiosity got the better of her and she pulled up the site herself. Gu Hongxian had grown more than she ever expected, even she hadn't seen it coming. Her praise sent a goofy grin spreading across his face. He scratched his head, equal parts embarrassed and pleased. Master, look at me too. Mu Ying declared. My piano skills are practically unmatched in the whole country. The pointers Yunshu had given her before were like spiritual jet fuel. Now her hands flew across the keys at a terrifying speed, and even the hardest pieces came easily. Good. You're doing great. Before she could breathe, Shen Yishuang yelled, Sis, I'm awesome too. Yunshu fixed him with a flat look. What are you awesome at? His brain scrambled. Oh, right. He clapped his hands together. I didn't cause any trouble. I've been good. Ask Gu Hongxian if you don't believe me. He grabbed Gu Hongshuan's sleeve, as pleading. Gu Hongxian said. It's true, master. See? I'm not lying. Yunshu shot him a look, then turned and headed for the pavilion ahead. Right then, Xiaobai came galloping back from another lap. Shen Yishuang and Mu Yun froze, completely mesmerized by how beautiful the horse was. Sis, can I ride Xiaobai? Me too. Master, can I ride him? Both wanted to hop on and tear across the grass like they were in a western. Yunshu sat down inside the pavilion. Xiaobai trotted over and knelt at her feet. She glanced at the horse, then smiled. Of course. Yes. Shen Yishuang and Mu Yun bolted toward him. But the second they got close, Xiaobai, who had been resting peacefully, shot to his feet and sprinted off across the garden. They chased after him. The two humans ran full tilt, but Xiaobai wasn't about to let them tame him. He was playing, leading them on a wild game of tag. Gu Hongxian walked over, sat down in the pavilion, and pulled out the plan he brought. Master, this is my plan for the set. Take a look. Yunshu glanced at him, then picked up the plan and read. More than 10 minutes passed before she set it down, her eyes filled with nothing but approval. Gu Hongxian, I wasn't wrong about you. In those pages, he mapped out a brilliant future for the website they built together. He even included ideas she hadn't thought of herself. She looked at the young man in front of her, the same one who used to sleep through class and hack in secret after school, and a wave of emotion hit her. He had grown into a responsible, capable website manager. While she'd been unconscious, Gu Hongxian hadn't slacked off for a second. He ran the site so smoothly that even Zhou Qimeng couldn't stop praising him. He charted the site's future completely on his own. Everything he'd done moved her deeply. Gu Hongxian stared at her. Master, is it really that good? She didn't answer. Instead, her gaze sharpened to us. What did I tell you? He blinked, confusion all over his face. Her stare didn't soften. Then memory hit him like a brick. Don't sell yourself short. Glad your memory still works. Remember that. Next time, I'll knock your teeth out. Her people were never second-rate, and she would never let them think they were. Gu Hongxian nodded fast, rattled. Got it, master. I'll remember. Yunshu slid the plan back across the table. Follow your plan. I've got your back. This time, he didn't dare say a foolish word. He just nodded hard. Hey, Xiaobai, wait up. Xiaobai, be good, I'll give you treats later. In the distance, Shen Yishuang and Mu Yun were still chasing Xiaobai, their voices ringing through the garden and making the whole place feel even more alive. In the dim basement, Shen Yishuang's limbs were strapped tight to a cold iron bed. He couldn't move. His body was a wreckage of open wounds, torn and swollen past recognition. A thick, crusted scar twisted across his scalp like a centipede burrowed into pale skin, the aftermath of one swift force session after another. His face had gone gray, bloodless. His hollow eyes stared at the ceiling, barely alive. Creak! The iron door grated open, the sound slicing through the silence like a blade. Shen Yishuang heard it and shut his eyes on reflex. He knew what was coming. The daily dose of swift force was about to start. By now he'd gotten used to the kind of pain that turned your stomach inside out. He had screamed until his voice shredded, cursed until he choked on his own spit, begged until he couldn't recognize himself, but the swift force still came at the same time every single day. Light footsteps crossed the floor and stopped beside the bed. Shen Yishuang kept his eyes closed. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of watching the machine power up. Seconds stretched out. The pain didn't hit. Confused, he opened his eyes and froze. The person standing over him wasn't some cold-eyed bodyguard in black. It was the last face he ever expected to see. Yoon-shu. Her stunning face held no expression. Carved from ice. The look she leveled at him was bone-chilling, and beneath it flickered something sharper, dangerous, predatory. Bloodlust. You. Yoon-shu. His voice scraped out, hoarse, as if something was lodged in his throat. His eyes locked on the familiar yet completely foreign face above him. The corner of her mouth lifted. Not a smile. Mockery. There was no pity in it, only cold contempt. She wasn't a saint. Shen Yishuang had once electrocuted the original Yoon-shu into a vegetative state, also he could swap their souls. Seeing him strapped to this bed now, he deserved every second of it. Watching her stand there completely unharmed, the fear and despair crashed back over him. It's me. Her voice was flat. Her gaze drifted over the scarred wounds on his head like she found them fascinating. A chill crawled up his spine. He couldn't stop his body from trembling. Ha, that garbage Dr. Leon swore he could swap souls, all of it, a damn lie. Shen Yishuan suddenly screamed at the ceiling. His voice bounced off the empty walls, raw with fury and hopelessness. Yoon-shu just stood there and watched. Liar, his voice dropped to nothing. He had been waiting for the original Yoon-shu to come back. But now the truth had finally caught up with him. Dr. Leon's so-called soul swap was nothing but a con. When he fell silent, she spoke. Shen Yishuang. You think you're some kind of tragic hero. You gave up everything for her. Now you're practically dead. You feel noble. She leaned down, her eyes like daggers, staring at the man who couldn't move. There wasn't a shred of mercy in her chest. What if I told you that girl is perfectly fine in another world? Like she doesn't want to come back. She doesn't want to see you. Because she's afraid you'll hurt her again. How does that sit with you? Her words hit like a hammer blow. He had squeezed his eyes shut when she started talking. Now they flew open, disbelief twisting his face. No, that can't be, his voice shook. I tell her I'm sorry every night. She said she forgave me. Forgave you? A cold laugh escaped her. You think a few I'm sorry's wipe away everything you did. You bullied her. You drove her to death. And you think you can just sweep it under the rug. Her accusations cut right through him, peeling back every lie he'd been telling himself. Sylvia will forgive me. She will. He started screaming, losing all control. You're lying. You have to be lying. Believe whatever you want. But she asked me to give you a message. Her voice was eerily calm. What message? Tell me. What did she say? He thrashed wildly, veins bulging in his neck as he fought the restraints. Yoon-shu didn't flinch. She looked toward the closed iron door, remembering the person she had met in the parallel world. Then, slowly, she laid her hand on the swift force activation button. Tell me. What did Sylvia say? His voice pitched higher, more frantic. His eyes were glued to her. He had to know. As his words died out, a voice like ice from the abyss cut through the air. She told me to tell you your suffering isn't her doing, but hers. That's all on you. And your apology. She will never accept it. The moment the words left her lips, Yoon-shu slammed the button down without a second's hesitation. Swift force surged through Shen Yishuan's body. He convulsed violently, a torture scream tearing from his throat. This time, nobody was going to turn it off. She was done with Shen Yishuan. For good. At dinner, Yoon-shu told Fu Huaisheng she wanted to go to school the next day. The man clearly didn't want her stepping outside the mansion. He looked at her like he believed demons and monsters lurked just beyond the gates. Honey, your scores are strong enough to graduate early. She stared at him wide-eyed. Are you telling me I should cut in line? Only if you want to. His voice was low, controlled. He was the academy's largest shareholder. Getting her a diploma would be easier than breathing. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she gave him a sweet smile. He was helpless against that smile. With a heavy sigh, he gave in. Then promise me one thing, honey. You said it, Yunshu agreed. Don't push yourself. No fighting. If you even think about throwing a punch, call me. Promise me. I promise. She raised her left hand like she was taking an oath. She knew he was worried about her health. But she'd been recovering well. Heading back to school like normal wouldn't be a problem at all. Fu Huaishang pulled her in, letting out a quiet breath against her hair. He couldn't survive losing her a second time. Yunshu tilted her head up. School tomorrow. I need to sleep early. She slipped out of his arms and headed for the bathroom. The warmth against his chest faded. He rubbed his temples. A wife this obsessed with her studies was going to be a headache. The next morning, after breakfast, Fu Huaishang drove her to school himself. Time had flown. Nearly a year had passed in the blink of an eye. The moment she stepped onto campus, it was like a bomb went off. Every pair of eyes locked on her like spotlights. But what really floored everyone wasn't her mysterious disappearance or sudden return. It was her face. It was stunning now. Before, she'd been plain. Malnutrition and scar cream had shifted her features a little, but nothing worth a second glance. Now she looked like an entirely different person. Sharper bone structure. Every line carved by a master. Her skin was fair and smooth, almost luminous without a trace of makeup. She was breathtaking. Walking through the gates in her school uniform, she moved like a goddess descending to earth. The uniform fit perfectly, hugging a slender waist and showing off long legs. Elegant. Captivating. Wherever she went, whispers and gasps followed. Holy crap, did Yunshu take a gap year for plastic surgery? She's gorgeous. A senior stared with wide, jealous eyes. Seriously. Whatever she had done, I want the same, her friend chimed in. The two tailed Yunshu into the building, searching for any hint of cosmetic work. Other students couldn't stop staring. It was jarring. More than a few guys looked at her with instant, shameless infatuation. If it weren't for the Fu Huaishang label hanging over her, someone would have already staged a coincidental meet-cute in the hallway. The two girls followed Yunshu all the way to her classroom door. Even after she walked inside, they couldn't spot a single trace of surgery. They had to slink away, disappointed. The rest of the class was just as stunned. When she first stopped coming to school, the homeroom teacher said it was a family matter. But that family matter stretched on for almost a year. They were nearly finished with sophomore year now. So the rumors started. Some said she was sick. Some said she was pregnant. One wild theory claimed Fu Huaishang had gotten tired of her and sold her off to Myanmar. All kinds of crazy gossip. They only dared whisper behind her back. If Gu Hongxian or Mu Ying ever caught wind of it, there'd be hell to pay. Now that Yunshu was back, looking incredible and even hotter than before, those rumors crumbled on the spot. Yunshu, you're here. Han Duo, who'd been chatting with friends, rushed over, beaming. She used to dislike Yunshu too. But after getting to know her, Han Duo realized she was a good person. She genuinely missed her. Yunshu nodded. Yeah. I'm here. Same as ever. Calm. Expressionless. Master. A shout from the doorway made everyone jump. Muyin stood there, yelled dramatically, then sprinted into the room and threw her arms around Yunshu. Gu Hongxian followed, carrying her backpack. Master, you're finally out. Muyin was grinning ear to ear. The whole class turned and stared with gossip-hungry eyes. Yunshu's expression froze. Out. Did that mean Fu Huaishang really did sell her to Myanmar and she'd only just been rescued? Go Hongxian caught the looks and immediately spotted the problem. Mu Yun, watch your mouth. Out. Now everyone's going to get the wrong idea. Wrong idea? She didn't see the issue. It was accurate. Fu Huaishan didn't want Yunshu pushing herself too hard, so he kept her at home and refused to let anyone visit. When Go Hongxian shot her a pointed look, it finally clicked. Right. Not out. More like, Fu Huaishan couldn't stand the thought of my master suffering through her studies, so he made her stay home and rest like the young mistress she is. That landed. Everyone finally understood. And then came a wave of sour envy. Suffering through her studies. Please. Some people were just born lucky. While the rest of them had to grind through exams or get labeled deadbeats, Yunshu got to stay home playing the pampered young mistress. They chatted a while longer until the bell rang. Mu Yun insisted on sitting next to Yunshu, so Go Hongxian had to take her spot in the front row. First period was basically Mu Yan's personal interrogation hour. She kept whispering, asking about this and that. Her mouth never stopped. Yunshu couldn't imagine how Go Hongxian had survived an entire year. Dealing with someone that talkative and still keeping his grades up. Impressive. Second period was Teacher Yang's class. When she saw the student who'd been gone for nearly a year finally back in her seat, she remembered the image of Yunshu lying in that hospital bed, tooks everywhere. Her throat tightened before she could get a word out. Yunshu gave her a small nod from her seat, along with a faint smile. Teacher Yang took a moment to steady herself, then started the lesson. Being back at school felt good. Except for the chatterbox sitting next to her. Classes ended at noon today. Fu Huaishan knew she had PE in the afternoon, so he was already there to pick her up. She was still on strict monitoring. For the next week, whenever there was a PE class, Yunshu didn't even need to check her phone. Fu Huaishan would be waiting downstairs at the lecture hall. In his eyes, she was as fragile as glass. Not a scratch allowed. That day, the college sent a last-minute notice. Afternoon classes were cancelled. Honey, are you busy? Yunshu had just packed her bag when she thought of Fu Huaishan and dialed his number. On the other end, Fu Huaishan was buried in paperwork. The moment he heard her voice, the faint irritation from work vanished. Not busy. I'll pick you up when school's out. No need. We're off this afternoon. Can I come find you instead? Sure. Hello, please hum colored his voice. Today, my wife gets to pick me up from work. Yunshu arrived at the Quantum Node Network tech company half an hour later. Li Jun barely had the car in park before Go Hongxian rushed over and opened her door. Good afternoon, madam. The CEO is in a meeting. Should wrap up in about 30 minutes. Yunshu nodded. Okay, I'll go up and wait. They took the private elevator to the top floor. The CEO's office was already set up with all her favorite snacks. She nibbled a little, sipped her drink, but barely 10 minutes had passed before a wave of drowsiness hit her. She walked straight into the private suite attached to Fu Huaishan's office. The bed and bedding were identical to the ones at the mansion. Within moments, Yunshu was asleep. Her dream felt hazy. She felt a burning gaze on her. She tried to open her eyes, but her lids were heavy, weighed down by 1,000 pounds. The stare didn't fade despite her stillness. It grew hotter, as if trying to see straight through her. Then the heat vanished, replaced by a rush of breath that washed over her cheek. The sudden change made her body jolt. She woke. Slowly, she opened her eyes. As her vision cleared, the first thing she saw was a handsome face inches away. Fu Huaishan lay on his side beside her, his head slightly lowered, his sharply defined face leaning in. Had he been about to kiss her? Her throat felt dry. A soft sound escaped her lips. Mm. Barely audible, but it cut through the silence. He heard her. His movement paused, and he lifted his head to meet her gaze. Are you done with your meeting? Her voice was hoarse. She glanced toward the window, but the heavy curtains blocked out all light. Done. His voice was low and gentle. A faint smile tugged at his lips as his eyes lingered on her face, full of adoration. Did you sleep well, babe? Yunshu nodded. This bed feels just like home. And more importantly, the sheets carried Fu Huaishang's cool, distinct scent. It made her feel safe. Should we head home now? He studied her face. Her usually cool eyes were now hazy with sleep, soft and dreamy. Her fair skin held a delicate pink flush, and her lips, naturally rosy without a trace of makeup, parted slightly as if inviting him. A dark fire kindled in Fu Huaishang's eyes. His voice dropped, turning husky. Wait a moment. His cool lips crashed down on hers like a sudden storm, swallowing the rest of her words. The kiss caught her off guard. Her mind went blank. She could only surrender to his passion. His tongue swept into her mouth, exploring every corner, drinking in her sweetness. The kiss was long, lingering, scorching. Just as they were about to take things further, Fu Huaishang used every ounce of willpower to stop. Yunshu's body had gone soft from his kisses, drained of strength. Her eyes half closed, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, dazed and drunk. When she slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the man above her, confusion flickered across her face. Fu Huaishang's breathing was ragged. A thin sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. His usually cold eyes were now bloodshot with desire. Babe, wait a little longer. You haven't fully recovered yet. His voice was a low growl, strained with restraint. He knew she was aroused, her body's reactions didn't lie. But he was more afraid of hurting her. Yunshu could feel the tension in his body, see the struggle on his face. She understood. Give me a moment. I'll take a quick shower, and then we'll go home. Before she could say anything, Fu Huaishang was off the bed like a gust of wind and strode into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water rushed from behind the door, echoing loudly in the quiet room. Yunshu slowly pushed herself upright, her gaze hazy as she stared at the closed bathroom door. After a beat, she got up, slipped off her outer clothes, and walked barefoot toward the bathroom. She reached out and pulled the door open. The moment it swung open, a burst of cold air hit her, mixed with the scent of body wash. Fu Huaishang hadn't expected her. He stood under the shower head, letting cold water run over him, caught off guard. He was still in his dress pants and shirt. His usually perfectly styled hair was plastered wet against his forehead. The top two buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a sliver of his tanned collarbone, a tantalizing glimpse. His soaked shirt clung to his muscular frame, outlining every perfect line. A flicker of fire smoldered in his hazy eyes as they landed on her. His Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was low and rough. Babe, wait for me outside. I'll be out in a minute. She said it firmly. Then she walked into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. The click was sharp and final. Fu Huaishang stood under the cold spray, watching her. The beast inside him snapped its leash and roared. He adjusted the water temperature with deliberate calm. Then his tall frame moved toward Yunshu, each step making the bathroom feel smaller. When he reached her, his hands braced against the wall on either side of her head. His voice came out low and rough. Wife! You started this. Yeah. I started it. Her voice was crisp, clear. Those soft, beautiful eyes lifted to meet his. A blush crept up her cheeks as she leaned in and pressed her lips to his Adam's apple. That kiss was a match striking gasoline. The fire in Fu Huaishang's chest ignited, blazing out of control. He couldn't hold back anymore. He crushed her against him. His mouth claimed her lips, her neck, her collarbone. Yunshu drowned in his heat. Her mind went blank. All she could do was answer every kiss, every touch. Their bodies pressed together in that small bathroom. Their breath tangled. Sweet desire thickened the air. Time seemed to stop. She had no idea how long it lasted. Finally, the door swung open. Fu Huaishang carried her out. Yunshu was already asleep, exhausted. Her towel was rumpled, and her neck was flushed with the evidence of their passion. In a second-floor room, Gu Hongxian and Sun Haochen sat drinking, their conversation lazy and meandering. Hey, Sun, Gu Hongxian said, sulking. What's going on with Huaishang? Sis wakes up and he won't let us anywhere near her. He won't even come up himself. Are we like the plague or something? Sun Haochen shot him a knowing look. You are. I'm not. What's that supposed to mean? Gu Hongxian knew there was more. I went to see sis the day before yesterday. She's recovering well. Gu Hongxian stared at him, incredulous. Huaishang is freezing me out. Why only you, not me? He pointed at himself, his self-worth taking a hit. If you weren't such a loose cannon every day, I think Huaishang would let you visit. Sun Haochen rolled his eyes at Gu Hongxian's theatrics. Bro. I'm not a loose cannon. I'm a passionate man, okay? Life is short. If I don't live it up now, am I supposed to wait until I'm 6 feet under? Gu Hongxian had his own philosophy. They call me crazy, but I'm just enjoying life while they don't get it. Then his expression shifted to serious. Hey, Sun, since Huaishang isn't here, I need to ask you something. That guy Shen Yishuan said before that sis isn't really sis. You know what that means? They'd all heard Shen Yishuan say it. Right after, Yunshu had fallen into a coma, so they'd never had a chance to ask. Sun Haochen's face sobered. He thought for a moment. Some things are best left unheard. We both know who Huaishang and sis really are. What Shen Yishuan said, just pretend you never heard it. Fu Huaishang hadn't explained a word. He must have his reasons. As brothers, they had to have his back. Sun Haochen paused, then added, and don't ask Huaishang about it. Do I look that stupid? Gu Hongxian shot back. Sun Haochen didn't answer. He simply nodded. Damn. The friendship boat just capsized. Gu Hongxian turned away, feigning devastation. But within a minute, he was back. Hey, Sun. I heard Sisa's homeroom teacher has been chasing you. Sun Haochen had just swallowed a mouthful of whiskey. He choked, coughing hard. After catching his breath, he managed, Nonsense. Nonsense. She chased you all the way to the military base gate. Plenty of people saw that. Gu Hongxuan's eyes gleamed with gossip. She was just delivering something. Sun Haochen's face looked a little awkward. Really? Gu Hongxian clearly didn't believe him. Before he could say more, Sun Haochen downed the rest of his glass in one gulp and stood up. I'm leaving. I have a meeting tomorrow. Gu Hongxian didn't even get a word in before Sun Haochen was already out the door, moving like a monster was on his heels. Hey, you! Gu Hongxian was speechless. He picked up his glass and finished his drink. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out lazily, saw the number, and hit end call without hesitation. The light in his eyes dimmed. Downstairs, the main floor was all booth seating. As soon as Sun Haochen reached the ground level, he spotted a rowdy crowd. A group of men and women were yelling at each other while onlookers watched. It was a standard bar scene. As long as no blood was drawn, the bar usually stayed out of it. Sun Haochen swept a glance over the crowd and started to walk away. The bar manager, who'd been keeping an eye on the room, spotted him and hurried over. Mr. Sun, leaving already? In the capital, Sun Haochen's reputation was second only to Fu Huaishang's. After all, he was a young man who'd already made colonel, and the Sun family's political influence was nothing to ignore. Sun Haochen gave a slight nod. Let me see you out. The manager was all deference. No need. You'd better handle that. Sun Haochen tilted his chin toward the arguing crowd. The manager waved a dismissive hand. No worries. That's the youngest young Master Chen. He's had too much to drink and is trying to force Principal Zhang's daughter to have a drink with him. The girls not having it, so their two groups started fighting. The manager was sharp. He knew every young heir and heiress in the capital's elite circles by heart, and he'd already ranked their families by status. Those two families were about equal. If he stepped in to mediate, he'd only make things worse. So he didn't bother to meddle. Who's principal? Shangfu Muse stopped walking the moment he heard the word. The one at Windsor Academy. His daughter's Zhou Qimeng. The bar manager answered fast, though he had no idea why Shangfu Muse was asking. The name Zhou Qimeng was all it took. Shangfu Muse turned and headed straight for the nurse. The confused manager scrambled to keep up. By now, the booth area had gotten even louder, and the crowd had doubled. I'm doing you a favor, Zhou Qimeng. You're pretty, so take it as a compliment. Drink with me. Young Master Chen was completely wasted. His face flashed red, his eyes glassy and unfocused. Yeah, what's your damage? Young Master Chen loaded. Be nice and you might walk away with something. One of his friends laughed, piling on. Every word marked her like a paid bottle girl. Drink with you. Your mom's pretty too. Why don't you go call her down here? Zhou Qimeng didn't even blink. Her voice cut like a blade. Drop it, Kiman. Don't waste your breath on scum like him. He's all talk. Her friend tugged at her arm, whispering. That was all it took to snap Chen Xiaoming. His face blotched red and swelling with rage, he lunged forward, fist already cocked. Say that again. I'll make you beg underneath me tonight. Zhou Qimeng stepped in front of her friend without a flicker of hesitation. Say it again. You're still trash. A son like you is an embarrassment to the entire Chen family. Everyone in the capital knew Chen Xiaoming was the black sheep. His siblings had real accomplishments. He just bounced from club to club, picking fights. A scream tore through the noise. The crowd spun toward the sound. One of Chen Xiaoming's friends had grabbed a bottle and circled behind Zhou Qimeng. The glass caught the lights like bare teeth, already arcing toward her exposed head. She still hadn't seen it. More screams rose, finally reaching Zhou Qimeng. She whirled around. Too late. The bottle was already swinging straight at her forehead. Her eyes went wide, raw terror freezing her in place. She couldn't move. The glass rushed closer. Her heart nearly stopped. She squeezed her eyes shut. In that fractured second, a dark figure charged in. His fist met the bottle mid-swing and shattered it. Whoa! Young Master Shangfu. Why would Shangfu Muse step in for Zhou Qimeng? He's so damn hot. I never see him in person. Gasps and whispers erupted through the crowd. Zhou Qimeng caught the name Shangfu and her whole body jolted. Her eyes flew open and landed on the man who had saved her. Shangfu Muse stood right beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off him. He wore a perfectly cut black suit. His expression was dark enough to drip ink. Broken glass littered the floor at his feet, catching what little light there was. Zhou Qimeng stared, speechless. Chen Xiaoming and the one holding the now-destroyed bottle sobered up instantly when they saw who it was. MMR Shangfu. The man's face drained of all color. You got nerve throwing punches in public. Shangfu Muse's voice was ice. No. It was a misunderstanding. Honest, Mr. Shangfu. Young Master Chen just wanted to buy Miss Zhou a drink. That's all. The man threw Chen Xiaoming straight under the bus. Chen Xiaoming heard his name and had already been trying to edge away. Now every pair of eyes pinned him in place. How the hell was he supposed to run? Before he could get a word out, someone else spoke. You're not innocent either. Zhou Qimeng set her hands on her hips, and her voice carried a threat of a pot. Is Zhou Qimeng flirting with young Master Shangfu? No way. But her tone just totally shifted. Right. That's exactly how couples talk. The gossips missed nothing. Shangfu Muse caught every word. His face darkened further. Quiet. He aimed it at Zhou Qimeng. The word was sharp, but the delivery had no real edge. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped herself, shifting just a little closer to him. Mr. Shangfu, I had no idea Zhou Qimeng was your woman. Please. Show mercy. Let me off the hook. Chen Xiaoming, stone-cold sober now, had absorbed every whisper and mentally filed her under Shangfu Muse's protection. Shangfu Muse's expression dropped from dark to hellish. Zhou Qimeng, meanwhile, was grinning on the inside. She loathed Chen Xiaoming, but that last line of his landed just right. Mr. Shangfu, young Master Chen had too much to drink. Let it go this once. He won't dare try it again. The bar manager jumped in. He hadn't stepped in earlier because the two families were evenly matched. Nothing too serious would have happened. But now that Shangfu Muse was involved, things could spiral fast. For the bar's sake, he had to speak up. The manager shot Chen Xiaoming a pointed look. The young man caught on immediately. Right, Mr. Shangfu, it's all on me. I was drunk and stupid. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. You already are a fart, Zhou Qimeng muttered. Yes, ma'am. I'm a fart. Chen Xiaoming was ready to say anything to survive. Shangfu Muse glanced at Zhou Qimeng, then turned his attention back to Chen Xiaoming, who was now bowed at a full 90 degrees. Not every apology counts. Adults take responsibility for their actions. He shifted his cold gaze to the bar manager. He ran his mouth. Take his teeth. He threw a punch. Take his hand. Yes, sir. The manager answered without hesitation. The young master's reputation was earned. When he struck, blood always followed. Zhou Qimeng spun on her heel and walked away. Mu Yun threw her friend a quick glance. I'm out too. Talk tomorrow. She took off, but Fu Huaishang's tall frame was already swallowed by the crowd. The bar manager flicked his fingers. 4 black-suited bodyguards surged forward, dragging the trembling Chen Xiaoming and his brawling body down to the basement. The remaining onlookers scattered slowly, though the gossip kept humming. Zhou Qimeng, wait up! Mu Yun couldn't close the gap, so she shouted it over the noise. People lingering outside the bar turned to stare. Zhou Qimeng finally caught him in the parking lot, breathless. Fu Huaishang, are you deaf? I've been calling your name. She was about 2 seconds from losing her mind at this cold, silent man. What is it? He faced her, face blank, a deliberate wall in his eyes. What do you mean, what is it? You know exactly what. She planted both hands on her hips and glared. Yesterday at the compound gate, I told you I like you. You said you were on duty. Fine. You're off duty now. So answer me. Fu Huaishang had been Zhou Qimeng's dream guy for as long as she could remember. Through Mu Yun, she'd gotten his number and had been angling for a chance ever since. She dropped 1,000 hints, and every single time he played dumb. Not one response. That's why she'd come out tonight with Mu Yun to blow off steam at the bar. And of all the people to run into, it had to be that creep Chen Xiaoming. Right as things were about to go south, Fu Huaishang appeared out of nowhere and pulled her out of it. Tonight, she decided, she pushed for an answer once and for all. Fu Huaishang's gaze flickered. 2 seconds of silence. Then flatly, I don't like you. You're lying. Zhou Qimeng fired back without missing a beat. If you don't like me, why did you step in back there? If you don't like me, why did you eat every single pastry I ever brought you and refuse to share a single one? You never touch sweets. And if you don't like me, why did you bolt out of school the second you heard about the emergency? Don't think I didn't see you. I spotted you a long time ago. She laid it all out like a closing argument. His actions had been telling on him for a while, and she knew it. You're reading into things. Something shifted in his eyes, but he buried it fast. Fine. Let's say I'm reading into things. Then I'll say it one more time, clear as day. She sucked in a breath. Joachim, like you. I really, really like you. The kind of like where I want to be with you forever. She swallowed. If you feel even a tiny bit of that, can you just give us a shot? Just try dating me. She studied abroad. She didn't dance around things. If she liked something, she said it. If she hated it, same. Secrets weren't her style. Sorry. I don't like you. His voice was ice. Joachim's eyes went red instantly. She forced the tears back, holding his stare. A long moment passed. Just as they threatened to spill, she said quietly, sorry for bothering you all this time. Goodbye. She tossed him away, aiming for casual, and turned to leave. Watching her retreat, Fu Huaishan's hands curled into fists at his sides. A few nights later, Zhou Qimeng was home working on lesson plans when her phone rang. Su Shang'an. Qimeng-jie, you need to get to the club. Now. The boss is completely wasted. Urgency thinned his voice. So send him home. Why call me? Worry crept into her tone, but she forced it back down. No, Qimeng-jie, he's calling your name. This is your shot. Su Shang'an dropped his voice, like someone handing over classified intel. He'd been feeding her info on Fu Huaishan for ages. Secret allies. She dropped her pen. Wait for me. I'll be there fast. She hung up, threw on clothes in record time, and flew out the door. The drive normally took 20 minutes. She made it in 10. When she arrived at the club, the manager started toward her, but she was already sprinting up to the second floor. Su Shang'an stood outside the private room. His face lit up. Qimeng-jie, the boss mumbled your name a couple times while he was half out of it. When I asked him, he denied it. The rest is on you. And don't forget what you promised me. Zhou Qimeng clapped his shoulder. Relax. I'll make sure your boss never feels lonely again. I'll give him a happy, fulfilled life. I won't forget. Alright. I'm out. He drank way too much. Look after him. Su Shang'an glanced back, uneasy. Come on. I'm not a monster. I'm not going to eat him alive. She shoot him. You totally are. He threw 3 more glances over his shoulder before disappearing. She shook a fist at his back, then stepped into the room. Inside, the light was dim, as if the whole world had been wrapped in gauze. Fu Huaishan sprawled across the sofa, body slumped, looking exhausted. His eyes were shut, long lashes trembling like butterfly wings, like even sleep couldn't give him peace. The top buttons of his white shirt were undone, bearing a sliver of toned chest. The faint ridges of muscle looked dangerously tempting in the low light. His usually stern, handsome face had softened under the alcohol. A faint, almost invisible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. That smile shattered his whole cold tycoon image. Suddenly he looked like some lovesick rich boy who had his heart handed to him. Fu Huaishan, Zhou Qimeng crept closer and waved a hand in front of his face, checking if he was really out. The next second, his hand shot out and clamped around her wrist. His leg swung up, ready to strike. Zhou Qimeng screamed. It's me. Zhou Qimeng. It's me. The yell snapped him halfway awake. His hazy eyes cleared a fraction. You. Yes, me. Don't hit me. She was terrified. As soon as the words left her mouth, the man who'd been about to kick her let go of her hand and sat back against the sofa, boneless and limp. Rubbing her wrist where he grabbed her, Zhou Qimeng stepped back and dropped onto the sofa next to him. Even drunk, your survival instincts are insane. She muttered. She waited. The wasted man beside her didn't stir, so she finally risked inching closer. She jabbed his shoulder. Hey! Fu Huaishan. You're this wasted, how am I supposed to get anything out of you? Can you at least give me a sign? Su Shang'an said you called my name. Do you actually like me or not? Because that day you sounded so final. What, do you have a split personality or something? She kept rambling, eventually sliding down to the floor beside the sprawled out man. The thing is, when you said you didn't like me, it really hurt. But I still want to give you a shot. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous, I've got a great personality, you'd be ridiculously happy with me. So listen. I, Zhou Qimeng, like you. If you like me back and want to date me, just make a sound. Like this. Before she could finish, the man who'd been completely motionless made a noise. Zhou Qi. Then he trailed off and blacked out again. She waited for him to actually say her name, but nothing else came. Seriously? You can't even finish a sentence. You are such a pain. She pouted. But you did make a sound, so that means you agreed to be my boyfriend. Got it? Staring down at his unconscious face, a reckless impulse surged through her. She wanted something bold. Her voice softened. Since you're my boyfriend now, it's fine if I kiss you, right? Without another thought, she leaned down and pressed her lips gently against his. It was just a light peck, but to Zhou Qimeng, it meant everything. She covered her mouth like a kid, a stupid grin spreading across her face. But one kiss wasn't enough. Her eyes drifted back to his lips. He hadn't reacted at all the first time, so a second probably wouldn't matter either. She bent down again, her mouth meeting his with more certainty. This time, there was no caution. She kissed him boldly, fully. But just as she was about to pull away, the man who'd been dead drunk suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, his big hand clamped onto the back of her head, locking her in place. Zhou Qimeng was caught off guard, but she didn't panic. Instead, she let herself get swept up in the sudden heat of him. His lips crushed against hers, the faint taste of alcohol flooding her mouth, making her dizzy. She didn't resist. She kissed him back, their tongues tangling in a fierce push and pull. She wasn't a shy girl anymore. She was a woman chasing what she wanted. The kiss deepened, like they were pouring every last bit of passion into it. After a long moment, they finally broke apart. Zhou Qimeng collapsed limp against Fu Huaishang's chest, completely spent. Her cheeks flushed bright pink, but her eyes held no shame, only a burning, unsatisfied hunger. She stared straight at him, a trace of moisture still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Fu Huaishang, quit pretending. She said bluntly. You clearly have feelings for me. No filter, no hesitation. The accusation caught him off guard. His body was still weak from the alcohol, but as a soldier, his survival instincts were razor sharp. He started regaining consciousness while she was chattering in his ear. And the moment she stole that first kiss, his mind snapped completely clear. But now, facing her bold interrogation, he was suddenly at a loss. Say something. Zhou Qimeng pushed when he stayed silent, her eyes wide and impatient. Say what? His voice was low, rough. Say you like me. That you'll be my boyfriend. Zhou Qimeng, I don't. She knew what was coming. Before the words could leave his mouth, she leaned in and pressed her lips to his again, shutting down the rejection. A few seconds later, she pulled back and glared at him. Can you stop being so wishy-washy? You obviously like me. Is it that hard to admit? So what if you're getting deployed for a few years? I'll wait for you. She got it all out in one breath. But then, Fu Huaishang suddenly sat up, dragging her upright with him. His expression turned serious. How do you know about my deployment? Your parents told me. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention I already visited your parents. As your girlfriend. They really liked me. And while we were talking, your mom accidentally let it slip that you'd be deployed for a few years. So now I know. Fu Huaishang's face darkened. This girl had some nerve. He hadn't even agreed to anything, and she'd already shown up at his family home calling herself his girlfriend. Hey, why'd you go quiet again? Zhou Qimeng was losing patience. Let me make this crystal clear, you're not using that deployment to push me away. He turned to face her, his voice deadly serious. My deployment has no set timeline. It could be 2 years, 5, maybe longer. I know. If it's short, I'll wait. If it's long, I'll follow you. I'm not stupid. The conditions where I'm going are nothing like the capital, he added. She shrugged. I studied in the US and did volunteer teaching in African tribal villages. I think I know what rough conditions look like. She wasn't some delicate flower. She wasn't afraid. When she heard from his parents about his upcoming deployment, Zhou Qimeng hadn't hesitated for a single second. But now she finally understood why he turned her down. What kind of girl would waste years waiting for a man who might never come back? Zhou Qimeng wasn't that girl. If the mountain wouldn't come to her, she'd go to the mountain. No waiting. She chased what she wanted. You sure about this? Fu Huaishang watched her, a flicker of anticipation darkening his eyes. Her gaze locked onto his. Time froze. Then, without a breath of hesitation, she swung a leg over his lap and straddled him, her hands bracing against the back of the sofa, caging him in. Fu Huaishang, I'm sure. 100%. I'm not going anywhere. Her voice rang out crisp and steady, filling the private room. His reaction wasn't what she expected. He didn't pull her in. He went still, his brow furrowing, his eyes turning distant like her words had sent him somewhere deep inside his own head. Her stomach dropped. She stared down at him, nerves sparking. Aren't you supposed to kiss me now? Let's snap him out of it. He sat up fast, the sudden move yanking a gasp from her throat. His arms wrapped around her like iron, dragging her flesh against his chest as if she might vanish. Remember what you said today. His voice was low, rough, leaving no room for argument. Before the words even settled, his mouth crashed into hers hungry, devouring. Zhou Qimeng hadn't expected him to come at her that hard. For a heartbeat, she froze. Then his heat swept her under, and she kissed him back with everything she had. Their lips clashed, tongues tangling, each breath swallowed by the other. Their bodies moved on instinct, heat flaring between them. The air in the room thickened, turning hot and heavy. Just when the kiss threatened to burn into something more, Fu Huaishang tore himself away. Zhou Qimeng's eyes flew open. Her lips were swollen, her head spinning. What's wrong? His breathing was ragged, a low growl of restraint. Wait. She could feel his body taut with barely held control. A strange pulse ran through her, half thrill, half fear. He dragged in a breath, forcing his voice steady. Not here. His gaze swept the room. It was private, sure. But it wasn't the right kind of private. Zhou Qimeng's face went crimson as she caught his meaning. Mortified, heat crawled up her neck at how shameless she'd been. Without another word, he scooped her up. She clung to his neck, her heart hammering. Where are we going? Her voice came out small and shy. He said nothing, carrying her out into the hallway and straight into the elevator. She squeezed her eyes shut, too terrified to look, afraid someone would appear. Her pulse roared in her ears. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. At the door, he pressed his finger to the scanner. A soft chime, and the lock clicked open. At the club, every high-level member had a private suite. He carried her inside. The lighting was low and golden, draping the room in quiet. A small night light cast a warm glow on the bedside table. Gently, he sat her down on the plush bed. This is my room, he said, voice low. She glanced around. Oh, so you've got a place here too. He cut her off. You're only the second person to ever step inside. Her heart soared. Whatever doubts still clung to her vanished. He walked to the bedside table, popped a pill from a small bottle, and swallowed it. What was that? She asked, frowning. Hangover meds. You're not drunk. Why would you need that? She looked at him. There wasn't a trace of alcohol in his sharp eyes. His gaze darkened. You'll see. In one pull, he stripped off his shirt, revealing a powerful, cut frame. Zhou Qimen's eyes went wide, pure appreciation flickering across her face. Muscle and sinew shifted under the warm light, hypnotic. Before she could stop herself, her hand lifted, reaching. Just as her fingers were about to graze his abs, his hand closed around her wrist, trapping her wandering touch. She snapped back to reality, her face burning like a ripe apple ready for a bite. Fu Huaisheng felt it and then did it. His body came down, pressing her into the center of the bed, not an inch of space between them. Zhou Qimen looked up at him, her earlier bravado completely gone. She was nothing but soft submission now, breathless and flushed. If anything feels off, tell me, he said, voice strained. Sweat already glistened on his sun-bronzed skin. She had no words left. She could only nod. His tenderness unraveled her fear thread by thread, and she melted into his rhythm, letting him carry her hair, and hair, and hair. Later, Zhou Qimen finally understood exactly why he'd taken that hangover pill. Because once alcohol was off the table, Fu Huaisheng was a pure predator, the kind who made sure nothing was left of her by the time he was done. She used to think those novels were exaggerating when they talked about a sleepless night. But as dawn broke and the man still showed no sign of stopping, she finally understood. Those writers weren't amateurs after all. People said a man who tasted the forbidden fruit was dangerous. A man who tasted it and gone through military training. An entirely different kind of monster. His stamina was beyond anything she imagined. By the time sunlight flooded the room, he finally called a truce. He pulled her into his arms, and they both crashed. The next day they woke up, checked out of the hotel, and headed straight for the marriage bureau. With marriage rates so low, the staff practically lunged at anyone who walked in to register. They worked like the couple might bolt at any second. 10 minutes later, she was holding 2 marriage certificates in her hands. She stepped outside and stared down at them, a swirl of emotions rising in her chest. Before she could stop herself, she murmured, "That's it. I'm married now. If your stamina were better, we could have grabbed this 6 hours ago." The low voice beside her carried unmistakable weight. Her face went bright red. "This is your fault." Humph. The man had an endless appetite, and now he was blaming her for not keeping up. Ridiculous. He looked completely refreshed. She, on the other hand, had barely been allowed to sleep. So unfair. Catching the resentful look on his wife's face, the man let a slow, indulgent smile spread. "Fine. My fault. Let me take you home first. I need to head back to the military district to handle a few things. I'll visit your parents soon, alright?" They'd both been MIA for a full day. The man held an important post, and he needed to get back to work. She thought about it for a second. "Forget it. Drop me off at school. I played hooky today too." He nodded, took her hand, and led her toward the parking lot. By the time she got to school, the afternoon was already half over. 2 more classes and the students would be dismissed. She had barely settled into her office chair when the principal summoned her. In the principal's office, she stood with her head down. The principal glared at his problem subordinate. "And his daughter. Young lady, you didn't come home last night, and you missed work. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" He was furious, but he still couldn't quite bring himself to get truly harsh with his own child. "Principal, I didn't come home because I was on a date. And as for missing work, I sent you a message asking for leave. So technically, it's approved leave." Not skipping. She stated it with absolute certainty. The principal nearly blew a fuse. What did you just say? You were on a date. With who? And where? He didn't even bother to sit. He shot to his feet, crossed the room, and stared with wide eyes. She pulled the blazing red certificate from her pocket and held it out respectfully with both hands. Father, please take a look. The thing in front of him was blinding. The principal almost collapsed. He only steadied himself by grabbing the arm of the sofa. You already got the marriage certificate. He had barely recovered from the shock of hearing she was dating, and now she had gone and taken the final, irreversible step. Married. Any parent would struggle to process that kind of whiplash. Yep. Just got it half an hour ago. She answered honestly. But don't worry, Dad. That person and we're forever. Forever. The principal clearly didn't buy into forever when it came to marriage. Do you even know what forever means? How long have you even been seeing this guy that you're so sure you won't get divorced? He clutched his chest, pained. My silly girl, how could you be this naive? A man's forever is not something you can trust blindly. No, Dad. Military marriages can't be dissolved. So isn't that exactly what forever is? Military marriage. You married a soldier. His voice pitched even higher in disbelief. One bomb after another. The principal was genuinely grateful he didn't have a heart condition, because this kind of shock would have killed him on the spot. She was his only daughter, spoiled since she was a little girl. She'd been back from the US for less than 2 years, and now she was married. To a soldier who would be gone most of the time. This was going to be the death of him. Give it to me. I need to see who you married. Once he recovered, his first priority was identifying exactly which black-hearted pig had stolen his precious daughter. If the guy wasn't up to standard, military marriage or not, he'd find a way to get her out of it. She watched her father's face cycle from white to red and back again, totally bewildered, until he barked at her once more. She obediently handed over the certificate. He snatched it, shot her a sharp glare, and flipped open the cover. The moment he saw who the man was, his aging face lit up with unmistakable joy. Dad, is this son-in-law acceptable? She asked quietly. The principal stared at the photo without even looking up. Acceptable, very acceptable. A son-in-law like that man. If he wasn't satisfied with that, the entire country would probably skin him alive. Young, high-ranking, powerful background, clean record. Everyone called him the kind of man other people's parents wished they had. So you're not angry anymore? She pressed. His eyes still glued to the certificate, he waved a dismissive hand. Not angry. Ahem. Who said I'm not angry? It was only then he realized his slip. He cleared his throat and forced his stern father face back into place. So, you two just went and got the certificate without even telling us parents first. Seeing that her father had more or less calmed down, she quickly stepped closer. The man had military business. But he said he'd come to the house to meet you both soon. That's more like it. Fine, go check on your class. If everything's in order, come home early. I'll have your mother cook a few extra dishes. The principal kept a straight face, but inside he was already walking on air. Getting married on impulse was one thing, but the man himself. Absolutely no complaints there. That balanced the scales. Okay, I'm going right now. Watching his daughter skip out of the office, the principal was hit with a tangled rush of joy and worry all at once. School let out. 2 students were leaving the classroom when they bumped into her, beaming from ear to ear. Hello, teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, hello. She spotted one of the students and suddenly remembered something. She caught her by the arm before she could walk away. Something wrong, teacher? the student asked. She nodded, glanced around with an air of playful mystery, then leaned in and whispered straight into her ear, "Hello there, new family member. It's done. Done. We got the license." Lu Ting's face was practically glowing. Yunshu gave her a thumbs up. "I'll take you both out to dinner soon. You're my matchmakers, after all." "Sounds good." Gu Hongxian stood off to the side, watching the two of them crack up with no clue what was so funny. Fu Huaishang had a meeting that morning, so Li Jun was on driving duty. As they left the academic building, Gu Hongxian checked an incoming message and turned to Yunshu. "Master, Muyun wants that cake from downtown. Mind if I catch a ride?" "Sure. Get in." They were passing through downtown anyway. No big deal. The two of them climbed into the back seat. Gu Hongxian remembered the system upgrade job he'd taken a couple of days ago. He pulled up the app on his phone and handed it over. "Master, for this company's system upgrade, I'm thinking of leading with a proactive ad push. What do you think?" She listened to his pitch and started scrolling through the code. She barely read a few lines when her head went light, her chest clamped tight, and all the color drained from her face. "Master, what's wrong?" Gu Hongxian caught it instantly. She waved him off and tried to answer, but a wave of nausea rolled through her. She pressed a hand over her mouth and motioned at him with the other. Up front, Li Jun had his eyes on the road. The second Gu Hongxian spoke up, he caught the shift in the rearview mirror. He pulled over immediately. "Ma'am, there's a bag under the seat. Use it if you need to. I'm taking you to the hospital right now." Gu Hongxian bent down, grabbed the bag, and held it out. Yunshu pushed it aside, took a few slow, deep breaths, and the nausea finally eased enough for her to speak. "Get me some water." She sat back against the seat, her lips pale. Gu Hongxian was already on it. He cracked a bottle open and passed it to her. "Master, are you carsick?" "I don't get carsick." She'd been in and driven everything cars, planes, armored vehicles in some of the roughest conditions imaginable. Today she was in a luxury sedan on smooth asphalt. This was a first. "Yeah, that's weird. I was with you when you drove before. You were fine even at high speed. And Uncle Li was driving totally normal just now. So what's going on?" The time they'd driven Shangfu Muse to the competition, Gu Hongxian had experienced Yunshu's driving firsthand. She'd been completely at ease at speed. So what was this? Some kind of delayed stress reaction. Li Jun got her to Central Hospital fast. The Fu Group held a major stake there, so the director himself took her case. He asked a few questions, then ordered blood work. While they waited, both Gu Hongxian and Li Jun stood rigid with tension. Yunshu pulled out her phone and called Fu Huaishang. She kept it brief, just told him to come to the hospital. The man on the other end didn't ask a single question. He walked out of his meeting and was on his way. She already had a strong suspicion about the nausea, but confirming it at the hospital was the right move. The blood test results and Fu Huaishang's arrival hit at nearly the same moment. They were in the director's office. Yunshu sat quietly on the couch. Fu Huaishang gripped her hand, his face tight as he fixed his stare on Director Jiang. His voice came out low. "Director Jiang, what's wrong with my wife?" The director studied the report, and a wide, delighted smile spread across his face. He stood. "Congratulations, Mr. Fu. Your wife is pregnant. About 5 weeks along." Yunshu didn't look shocked, or even particularly excited. She suspected it before they arrived. Her body had been sending signals lately, small ones, but unmistakable. And 5 weeks tracked perfectly with that day in the group's executive lounge. Her first time being intimate with Fu Huaishang after returning to this world. But if she was calm, Fu Huaishang was the complete opposite. When the word pregnant landed, a flicker of shock crossed his face. The tightness in his brow froze solid for a bit. Then, slowly, the tension melted away like he needed a moment to process something so sudden and so huge. Pregnant. He murmured the word as if it were foreign and deeply familiar all at once. His gaze shifted from the director to Yoon-soo on the couch. Her reflection filled his dark eyes. Director Jeong quietly excused himself and slipped out, pulling the door shut behind him. Silence settled over the room. Just the two of them. She stayed where she was, watching him. He stood before her, tall and still, his face caught somewhere between tension and a joy too big for words. Even the usually unflappable Yoon-soo felt a faint smile tug at her lips. So, she said softly, soon to be dead. Congratulations. That did it. Fu Huaishang's throat tightened. His voice came out rough. Wife. The single word carried a universe of tenderness and love. He reached for her, but just as his arms were about to close around her, he remembered the tiny life growing inside. His hands snapped back like he'd been burned. He crouched, bringing his eyes level with hers. His gaze locked onto her, and the light in his eyes burned brighter than any diamond behind glass. Wife, I don't know what to say. I love you so much. His voice scraped out, raw and unsteady. A swell of warmth swept through Yoon-soo's chest. She smiled, straightened up, and didn't hesitate. She pressed her lips to his cool, thin mouth. The kiss was quick but fierce. It poured out every ounce of love between them. Her warm lips on his seemed to quiet the chaos that single word pregnant had set off inside him. In that moment, the world shrank to just the two of them. Back inside the car, heading toward Eugene Garden, Yoon-soo sat in Fu Huaishang's lap. On any other day, he would have leaned down and kissed her long before now. But today was different. He sat so rigidly straight that his spine felt like a rod of steel. His arms wrapped around her with a stiffness born of utter terror as if the slightest bend might somehow bruise the precious life they'd just discovered. Fu Huaishang, I'm really not that fragile. Yoon-soo couldn't help teasing him when she saw the worry practically etched into his face. My body's not. She was about to insist she was fine when another wave of nausea rolled through her stomach. Li Jun, slower, Fu Huaishang snapped, his frown deepening. Li Jun, who was driving, let out a silent sigh. He'd already slowed the Rolls-Royce to a crawl, practically a motorized tricycle. How much slower did the boss want? Fu Huaishang's expression was worn-tight. Wife, maybe we should just check you into the hospital. Yoon-soo quickly waved her hands. No. This is totally normal. Didn't Director Jeong just say so? It comes and goes. Once it passes, I'll be fine. She was only 5 weeks along. If she checked in now, she'd spend the rest of her pregnancy in a hospital bed. But it makes you uncomfortable. Fu Huaishang couldn't stand the thought of her feeling even an instant of distress. Fu Huaishang, almost every pregnant woman goes through this. Can we just take it in stride? This was the man who steered the Fu Corporation like it was a speedboat, but now that she had a touch of morning sickness, he was unraveling. The next 9 months were going to feel like 9 years to him, weren't they? Her words made him try to calm down. He took several deep breaths, and still didn't relax. The whole ride home, Yoon-soo did her best to soothe the man beside her, as if he were the one who needed pampering. When they reached Royal View Estate, Fu Huaishang personally lifted her out of the car. The second her feet touched the ground, she froze. A carpet over 30 feet wide stretched from the main entrance to every place she visited, the stables, the garden, the coal pond, the fountain, everywhere. The fountain platform in front of the main building was wrapped in heavy padding. The cobblestones that had lined the garden paths were gone. Even the hand-carved main doors were covered in thick layers of foam. She didn't dare imagine what waited for her inside. Fu Huaishang, you've done a wonderful job with this, Yoon-soo said, her voice warm. Inwardly, she thought he was overreacting, but she had to acknowledge the effort. If turning the estate into a padded playpen eased his anxiety, it was worth it. She underestimated just how deep his worry ran. Instead of relaxing at her compliment, his expression grew even more strained. Li Jun, have someone pull out every plant taller than cat height. They're blocking the sidelines, Fu Huaishang ordered. Before Li Jun could respond, Yunshu raised a hand to stop him. Honey, don't pull the flowers yet. I'm hungry. Alright. His focus finally shifted from the plants to her. As they stepped into the main building, Li Jun nearly mourned for those expensive cultivated plants. News of Yunshu's pregnancy had spread to every staff member before they even returned, when Fu Huaishang ordered the entire estate renovated. The servants were overjoyed. Yunshu didn't talk much, but she always treated them well, and they were deeply grateful. Working for a wealthy family wasn't easy. If you got stuck with a difficult master, it was worse than any menial job outside. Now the whole household was on high alert. The kitchen staff alone had held several meetings just to plan the best meals for her pregnancy. Case in point, a full table of meat dishes had just been served, but the smell made her nauseous. Within 2 minutes, every dish was replaced with light, refreshing food. Their speed would have impressed a military unit. She managed 2 small bowls of congee, and her stomach settled. She had just set down her bowl when Master Fu's voice boomed from the entrance. Where the hell was that grandson of mine before this? My Yuer is pregnant and she's still going to school. Doesn't he know to bring the teachers here? The old man grumbled as he strode in. When he saw that every sharp corner in the building had been swaddled in padding or foam, his expression softened slightly. Fu Huaishang rose to greet him. Yunshu started to get up, but Fu Huaishang stopped her. Wife, stay seated. Grandfather won't mind. That's right, you just stay put, Master Fu said, moving toward her before she could reply. The butler followed close behind. Grandfather. Grandfather. They both spoke. Fu Huaishang remained standing, and Yunshu stayed seated as instructed. The old man shot a glare at his grandson, then turned to Yunshu with a kind expression and settled beside her. Girl, why did Director Jiang say your nausea is so bad? Master Fu's eyes brimmed with concern. It's nothing, grandfather. I just get a little carsick. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's a huge deal. He lowered his voice, as if afraid his thunderous tone might frighten the tiny great-grandchild in her belly. He jabbed a finger at Fu Huaishang. Let me tell you something. Don't you dare take her symptoms lightly. If I catch you slacking off even a little, I'll deal with you. He rapped his cane sharply on the floor, the sound crisp and final. Grandfather, I won't, Fu Huaishang said, his voice full of gravity. The truth was, from the instant he learned Yunshu was pregnant, he already mapped out 100 ways to care for her. Good. Yuer gets carsick, so from now on, use the helicopter when you go out. Arrange it ahead of time so she's never uncomfortable. Your company keeps you busy, but that's no excuse. Hire more help if you have to. Your top priority now is my granddaughter-in-law and my great-grandchild. Understood. And her meals, Master Fu launched into a stream of instructions, and Fu Huaishang listened like a student taking notes. Yunshu watched the scene and realized she'd been wrong. She thought Fu Huaishang was overreacting. But her grandfather-in-law was the true master of making a mountain out of a molehill. And most importantly, the old man went on, Yuer is carrying your child now. You two have the marriage certificate, but don't you still owe her a wedding? Master Fu had wanted to announce this union to the world for ages, but Yunshu had been injured and unconscious for so long. Grandfather, the wedding is already being planned, Fu Huaishang said. He put it on the agenda the very day she woke from her coma. Yunshu looked at him, surprised. If she hadn't discovered the pregnancy today, this man would have surprised her with a wedding she never saw coming. Hearing that Fu Huaishang had already handled the wedding preparations, the old man's expression softened. Good. Make it beautiful. Yunshu's wedding has to be perfect. Don't worry, grandfather. The butler stepped forward with a beaming smile. Sir, Master Fu, Madam, according to the lunar calendar, early next month is an especially auspicious day. The old man decided on the spot. Then early next month it is. Done. Ever since she got pregnant, Yunshu tired easily. She used to stay awake until 10, but now she could barely keep her eyes open right after dinner. School was completely out of the question. Her studies were on hold again. She was eating very little these days, but the exhaustion hit hard. Her energy stayed low. The only time she felt even slightly like herself was during her daily walk after dinner. A week before the wedding, the Fu Corporation's official website announced the marriage news. Within minutes, it became the top headline on every major media platform. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the entire country knew. Comment sections exploded. Platforms couldn't even track the numbers anymore. OMG. I thought they were just dating. There was never an official relationship announcement. How did we jump straight to wedding news? Wait, the Su Group partnered with the Fu Corporation a while back. Were they already together before that? Right. Fu Huaishan's first ever Weibo post was that hand-touching photo. Was that seriously the start of their relationship? Fu Huaishan has never had a public relationship. How does he just announce a wedding out of nowhere? My dream man. You think it's a business merger? No real feelings. That one out-of-place comment instantly grabbed everyone's attention. But nobody cared about the business merger jab. They all just questioned whether this person had a functioning brain cell. Honey, are you new in town? She has to be. Doesn't she know the Fu Corporation has zero need for a business marriage? This is clearly a love match. I go to the same school. I can watch Yunshu is outstanding and absolutely gorgeous. They're a perfect pair. I can watch too. I'm a security guard at the school. Mr. Fu picked Yunshu up from school almost every day. That's full-on pursuit, not convenience. Oh my god, Fu Huaishan is that devoted. Yunshu must be a truly incredible woman to make him fall that hard. I'm declaring Yunshu my goddess from now on. The goddess who married my prince. In an instant, everyone who'd assumed it was just a business marriage with no real feelings did a total 180 and joined the fan club. The storyline of a wealthy heir and a high society heiress too addictive to resist. At the school, Yunshu had officially withdrawn, but with the wedding announcement, nobody on campus was more excited than her own classmates. Lu Ting kept refreshing her phone, scrolling through comments and squealing with delight. Back when Yunshu was in our class, kids from other classes wouldn't even glance at us. Now, every single person walking by can't stop staring. Right. Those idiots who used to say Yunshu was just Fu Huaishan's plaything must be choking on their own words by now. Ever since word spread that Fu Huaishan had come to school and spent time alone with Yunshu in the principal's office, most of the campus assumed she was just a temporary diversion, something new for him to sample. They said she was deliberately playing hard to get, and that's why he kept showing up. The gossip behind her back was disgusting. When she was in a coma and stopped coming to school, the rumors ran wild saying Fu Huaishan got bored and sold her off to human traffickers in northern Myanmar, or that she got knocked up and was hiding in shame. But now, with the Fu Corporation's wedding announcement, everyone who loved running their mouths got a vicious slap in the face. It was pure satisfaction. Anyone who dares say my girl married up is gonna lose teeth. Muyun bounced around the classroom, shouting at the top of her lungs. My girl is drop-dead gorgeous and crazy talented. Fu Huaishan chased her, not the other way around. Keep your eyes open from now on. Alright, alright. Nobody's bad-mouthing your girl. Li Jun quickly pulled her down from the chair she was standing on. Yeah, Muyun. We're not saying anything bad about Yunshu. We're talking about the people who used to trash her, Lu Ting added. I know that. But I still need to warn a few people not to stir up trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, next time I won't just use words. Moon shot a glare toward the back of the classroom. A girl was hunched over a book, pretending to study. She was the one who had posted on the school forum that Yoon-shu got knocked up and all that nasty garbage. Li Jun had tracked her down. After Moon tore into her, the girl finally deleted the posts and issued a public apology. Lu Ting also looked at that girl and chimed in. Yeah, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just spew whatever you want. Even though everyone in the class had already frozen that girl out, Lu Ting couldn't help adding her 2 cents. The next day, Yoon-shu was still half asleep when she felt the man beside her get out of bed. She opened her eyes. Wife, did I wake you? She barely lifted her eyelids, but Fu Huaishang, who was about to get dressed, noticed right away. No, I just woke up. She was sleeping so deeply now. Before, she sensed even the slightest movement, but now her reactions were sluggish. If she hadn't gone to bed at 9 last night, she probably wouldn't have woken up until 11 today. Are you hungry? I'll go get you some snacks. He had only pulled on his pants, his shirt still off, his toned body on full display while he was already focused on her needs. No need. I'll come down in a bit. Alright. I'll go with you. Yoon-shu sat up and leaned against the headboard. Are you still not going to the office today? This man hadn't set foot in the company since the day he found out she was pregnant. He only handled work during her afternoon naps. Meetings were either postponed or moved up. Whenever she was awake, Fu Huaishang completely abandoned his work and devoted himself entirely to taking care of her, attending to every tiny detail. 2 days ago, when she went to his study to look for something, she saw a thick stack of pregnancy books on his desk. She flipped through one at random. Every page had his handwritten notes and sticky tabs way more than the annotations in her own textbooks. Her pregnancy had turned Fu Huaishang into a soldier on a battlefield. The war wouldn't end until the baby was safe in her arms. No, he shook his head without a second's hesitation. He wrapped his hand around the warm glass on the nightstand and pressed it into her palm. Drink first. It'll soothe your throat. Then I'll go with you to wash up. I don't need company. I can manage. The bathroom floor was now covered with bath mats, and even the slippers had been swapped for grip-soled ones. Still, Fu Huaishang couldn't settle. Wife, listen to me. There was no room for argument. He refused to let Yoon-shu do a single thing alone. The worry carved into his handsome face finally cracked her resistance. She let him guide her through washing up, changing clothes, and heading downstairs for breakfast. The day before, Master Fu had sent doctors from the hospital to examine Yoon-shu. They'd also brought a special medication formulated for pregnancy. Completely safe for the baby, it strengthened the mother's immune system, balanced stomach acid, and shut down morning sickness cold. After just 2 doses, Yoon-shu felt dramatically better. Now when she saw meat dishes, instead of queasiness, she craved them. For the first time in over a week, meat appeared on the breakfast table. The spread lit up her eyes with pure delight. Fu Huaishang worried she might overdo it, so as he served her, he watched her face like a hawk. But the meal ended without a flicker of discomfort. She ate with real enthusiasm. The only slight issue was a comfortably full stomach, nothing else. Fu Huaishang, let's go for a walk. She stood, ready to head outside. Stuffed after breakfast, she was probably the only one. Sure. He set down his napkin, his voice indulgent and warm. Hand in hand, they walked into the garden. The morning air was crisp, and a riot of exotic flowers and rare plants bloomed in vivid competition. The view was breathtaking. Surrounded by all that vibrant green, her mood lifted. Yunshu silently thanked herself for stopping Fu Huaishang from tearing it all out. Just then, the driver stepped into the garden. Sir. Madam. What is it? The man's tone dropped. Sir, the delegation from the M country conglomerate has arrived. Should we postpone the meeting, or postpone it? Wait. They spoke at the same time. You haven't been to the office in forever. Go today. I'll be fine, Yunshu said. It's fine. I don't need to go. Right now, even if Fu Corporation's stock tanked, it wouldn't matter more than Yunshu. Delaying a meeting wouldn't crater share prices anyway. If you're that worried, take me with you. I'm getting bored stuck at home. Fu Huaishang thought for 2 seconds, then nodded. Fine. Do it. Prep the private jet. Hold on. Yunshu stopped him again. I'm not nauseous anymore. You saw how well I ate just now. We'll take the car. Drive slowly. That's all. Are you sure? He studied her, concern etched into his face. Yunshu nodded. I'm sure. It's fine. All right, we'll take the car. But the private jet stays on standby. If you feel uncomfortable for even a second, we turn around immediately. This time she didn't argue. Let him have his way. Otherwise, they'd never leave the house. 2 hours later. After exhaustive preparations, they finally set out for the office. Fu Huaishang even brought 2 doctors along. The entire drive, the chauffeur crawled forward at bicycle speed, his hands practically shaking on the wheel. The trip from Jinyuan Garden to the office normally took 30 minutes. Fu Huaishang asked Yunshu at least a dozen times if she felt any discomfort. Since starting that special medication, she hadn't had a single wave of nausea. When they finally pulled up in front of the Fu Corporation building, it was exactly lunchtime. Employees were streaming downstairs, heading toward the food street across the road for their break. Oh my god, the CEO's motorcade is here. A group of female employees spotted it and stopped dead. Wow, he hasn't shown his face since the wedding announcement. Guess Mr. CEO is finally back to work. I'd kill to see what his wife actually looks like in real life, one of them said. Give it up. Why would she ever come to the office? You're better off checking photos online. Faster. Those online photos are ancient. What can you even see? After the wedding announcement, someone had dug up Yunshu's pictures. But there was only one, a freshman year registration photo. Nothing recent existed at all. Hurry, hurry. Look, the CEO isn't using his private entrance today. One employee shrieked and bolted toward the main doors. The others chased after her. Fu Huaishang rarely showed himself in front of rank-and-file employees. He always used his private entrance. His office was on the top floor, and meetings were held in the executive conference room up there. He'd only made an appearance at the annual company dinner twice. Walking through the main entrance was a genuinely rare event. Inside the car, Fu Huaishang's voice turned ice cold, aimed at the miserable driver. Your year-end bonus is docked. Sir, I swear I didn't know the elevator would be down for maintenance today. Who the hell scheduled maintenance for today? The driver was speechless. Yunshu patted his hand. Fu Huaishang, calm down. It's not the driver's fault. The whole plan had been spur of the moment, after all. Before Fu Huaishang could respond, the driver rushed to say, Thank you, madam. Thank God the boss might be ready to bite someone's head off, but his wife had a clear head. The crowd of employees buzzed with speculation as they realized no one was getting out of the car. But then, the car door swung open. A man in a black suit, a long coat draped over his shoulders, stepped out on long legs. Then he reached a large hand back inside. A pale, delicate hand slipped into his palm. In the next heartbeat, Yunshu appeared in everyone's line of sight. Winter always came early to the capital. It was as if the entire city had been swallowed by cold overnight. Today, The temperature had plunged to 5 degrees. The sharp bite of winter was unmistakable. Yunshu wore an oat-colored coat that fell just past her knees, warm and elegant. The collar was casually folded back, revealing a cream-colored high-neck wool sweater. The soft knit perfectly traced her jawline, adding warmth and softness. Below that, she wore dark gray fleece-lined leggings that hugged her slender legs, showing off their long, graceful lines. She wore flat ankle boots trimmed with fur that stirred gently in the cold wind, giving her outfit an almost weightless movement. The breeze caught her loose hair. A few strands clung stubbornly to her forehead. Her complexion was cool and fair, practically luminous. Smooth as if it had been kissed by frost. Her long lashes curved up, light as wings, giving her eyes a depth that was nearly hypnotic. But it was her eyes that really seized attention. Startlingly bright, with a cold, captivating beauty that made it impossible to look away. She wore no makeup at all. Yet somehow, she was even more stunning than a fully painted face. Compared to that enrollment photo, she looked like an entirely different person. Standing beside her, Fu Huaisheng was tall and strikingly handsome. But Yunshu wasn't overshadowed in the slightest. She radiated an equal presence, powerful enough to make anyone stop and stare. "Oh my God, it's the CEO and his wife!" someone shrieked. Voices exploded everywhere. "Wow, our CEO's wife is this gorgeous!" That came from the girl who asked to see her in person earlier. "Well, forget my expensive plastic surgery. I'm outclassed. It's the madam." Someone shouted madam, and the rest immediately joined in. "Welcome, madam. Welcome, madam." Yunshu smiled back at them, waving easily as she returned their greetings. The entrance turned into a full-blown spectacle. More employees streamed over by the second. The man beside her pulled her close. "Let's go upstairs, sweetheart. There are too many people here." The bodyguards had already cleared a path. Fu Huaisheng guided Yunshu toward the elevator, leaving behind a swarm of employees who only caught a fleeting glimpse of her real face. They were practically jumping for joy. "She looks cold, but her smile is so pretty." "I know, right? She smiled at me just now. Her eyes are incredible. She doesn't even need makeup to make the rest of us feel inadequate. Imagine if she actually wore some. Did you notice? The CEO seems genuinely protective of her. The way he's so careful around her, honestly amiable. And here's the thing. Standing next to him, she totally holds her own. Her presence doesn't dim at all beside his. They're perfect together." Yunshu had no idea that after that brief appearance, she just earned herself a quiet little fan club inside the corporation. It wasn't until they reached the top floor that the tension finally eased from Fu Huaisheng's expression. In the office, he sat at his desk reviewing reports. Yunshu lounged comfortably in the break room. After lunch, Fu Huaisheng left for a meeting. But less than a minute later, he was back. "Sweetheart, if you're sleepy, take a nap in the lounge. I'll be back soon." I know." She'd only dozed off earlier. She wasn't ready to sleep yet. Fu Huaisheng took a plate of freshly delivered fruit from the attendant and set it on the coffee table in front of her. "Eat some fruit, sweetheart. And remember to take your vitamins later." "Do you even know the order for those vitamins?" he asked, frowning. "Aren't they all taken at once?" His tempo paused. He turned to look at the attendant. "Postpone the meeting." No, tell me. I'll remember." The meeting was already scheduled. Holding it up just for vitamins. That was way too much. Yunshu quickly stopped him. "Fine. Then come with me to the conference room. I'll give you the vitamins in order myself," Fu Huaisheng said, his tone final. Yunshu blinked. Well, if this was the only way to get her vitamins, then she supposed she'd be the first person ever to crash a meeting for a handful of pills. When they entered the conference room, every head turned. Good morning, CEO. Good morning, madam. Good morning, CEO. Good morning, madam. Everyone rose to greet them with careful respect. Fu Huaisheng gave a slight nod. Yunshu offered a faint smile. The attendant had already brought the man's office chair into the meeting room. Sweetheart, sit. Fu Huaisheng helped her into the seat, then draped a light blanket over her lap. Once she was settled, he lifted his hand. Only then did the executives sit down, one by one. Curiosity simmered beneath their professional expressions. No one dared show it. They swallowed their questions in silence. This was the first meeting of the day. Fu Huaisheng needed to lock down the pre-wedding arrangements, and the agenda was packed. But halfway through, everyone noticed a pattern. Every 10 minutes, Fu Huaisheng would pause. He'd open a small case he carried, take out a pill, and feed Yunshu a vitamin himself. After the 6th one, he waved a hand and called a break. He took Yunshu back to the office because she'd started yawning. Only after she was fully asleep did he return to the conference room. The remainder of the meeting was even more intense than before. Speaking times were slashed. His responses shrank to just a few clipped words. The executives experienced, for the first time, what a true speed meeting felt like. During the second collaboration meeting that afternoon, Fu Huaisheng slipped back to the office once to confirm Yunshu was still asleep. Then he returned to work immediately. And in that second meeting, the client, on the other end of the line, got thoroughly dismantled by Fu Huaisheng's relentless pace. 3 days flew by. And finally, their wedding day arrived. It was the cold season in the capital. To keep the ceremony undisturbed, Fu Huaisheng chose a picturesque island as the venue. The island was a company-developed nature reserve. Breathtakingly beautiful and pleasantly warm. Perfect for a wedding. Fu Huaisheng had personally designed the entire layout, then handed it off to the top wedding team to bring to life. With their meticulous work, the whole island was wrapped in a dreamlike, romantic atmosphere. Those wealthy socialites who secretly carried a torch for Fu Huaisheng were devastated the moment they heard how lavish his wedding was going to be. They wept in waves. Countless hopeful girls were stunned by his grand gesture, drowning in envy and jealousy, turning into sour lemons overnight. Now, looking across the island, it was a sea of flowers. Stunning beyond words. Roses, the emblem of love, bloomed everywhere. Giant pink balloons covered nearly half the sky, adding a warm, romantic brushstroke to the entire scene. And Yunshu's wedding dress. It was simply stunning. The wedding gown was designed by a renowned fashion designer and handcrafted by over 30 master artisans. Every diamond on the gown and veil was real and priceless. The train alone cost 8 figures. Wedding gifts for the couple had already filled several enormous warehouses, each under heavy guard. In the bridal dressing room, soft light spilled over Yunshu. She wore the white gown like a bride from a myth. The skirt floated like clouds. Layers of lace, pearls, and diamonds poured on the luxury. She sat quietly before the mirror, letting a professional makeup team work their magic for today's ceremony. Delicate brushes and premium products sculpted her already beautiful features into something breathtaking. Mu Yun and Zhou Qimeng stood nearby, staring at her reflection with undisguised envy. Her skin glowed. Her lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her lips held a soft pink gloss, dewy and fresh. She was captivating, the kind of beauty that made people stop and stare. Mu Yun and Zhou Qimeng couldn't help sighing. She looked like a bride pulled straight from a fairy tale. Even the makeup artist, who had seen plenty of stunning women, couldn't hold back. Miss, you're so beautiful, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, Yunshu said with a small smile. Hey Yunshu, don't smile. Mu Yan's face flushed. She waved her hands frantically. You're already gorgeous, but when you smile, I swear, I might faint. Yunshu and Zhou Qimeng turned toward the shriek, staring at Mu Yun in confusion. She was locked on Yunshu, eyes wide with awe. Yunshu shifted in her seat. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Mu Yun waved harder. No, it's just, you're so beautiful. When you smile, it's even more lethal. I'm afraid I won't survive. Yunshu laughed. Mu Yun, aren't you exaggerating? I'm not. Eldest miss, you really are stunning today. Zhou Qimeng chimed in. She's right, Yunshu. You look incredible. Yunshu looked at both of them and saw the honesty in their faces. The doubt slipped away. She turned back to the mirror and studied herself carefully. She thought about the parallel world, how she disguised herself in so many roles for different missions. But never a bride. In 2 hours, she would stand beside Fu Huaishang as his wife. The sweetness of that thought surged through her, and a happy smile spread across her face. Just then, Shan Yishuang and Gu Hongxian entered after knocking. As Yunshu's family, they'd be guarding the door, later demanding red envelopes from the groom. Holy crap, sis. You're gorgeous. Shan Yishuang's eyes went wide when he saw her. Then a thought landed. He elbowed Gu Hongxian. Hongxian, we need to ask for a bigger red envelope. My sister's this beautiful can't let my brother-in-law off easy. The room burst into laughter. Shen Yishuang, how did your brain even make that jump? Mu Yun stared at him in disbelief. Zhou Qimeng giggled. Right. First sentence, sis, you're a goddess. Second sentence, gimme cash. That's some fast thinking. Yunshu, now fully made up, walked to the table and sat down. She picked up a slice of fruit, chewed slowly, and gave her brother a sly smile. Your brother-in-law doesn't have any money. It's all with me. The moment she finished, Shen Yishuan dropped to his knees and slid across the floor like he was stealing a vase, landing right beside her wedding dress with a fawning grin. My sister is the boss. From now on, I only listen to her. Everyone froze for a second, then cracked up. Even Yunshu, who'd been a little nervous inside, felt herself relax. Her smile turned natural. Outside at the wedding venue, Li Jun and Lu Ting were running themselves ragged, checking every corner to make sure nothing went wrong. The ceremony was about to start, and final preparations were underway. Everyone's nerves were frayed, but no one dared slack off. Guests filtered in through the entrance, dressed in their finest, smiles fixed, eager for the grand event. Bodyguards and security stayed at their posts, eyes sharp. In the groom's dressing room, Fu Huaishang stood by the window in his ornate wedding suit, gazing toward the bridal room in the distance. He pulled out his phone and dialed. It rang a few times before she picked up. Hey, wife, he said softly. What's up? Are you tired? You feeling okay? His brow furrowed. Yunshu sighed inside. She knew he was worrying about her health. I'm fine. I only got up a little while ago. All I've done is change into the dress and sit for makeup. I haven't even moved. To make sure she got enough rest, Fu Huaishang had pushed the wedding back by 3 hours. While she slept, hundreds of people worked in near silence across the island. No one dared make a sound. No one dared wake the bride. The response came fast. Good. If you feel off at all, tell me. I'll handle the wedding logistics. Okay. They talked a little longer, then hung up. San Haochen and Zhou Yiyan sat nearby. They were today's groomsmen, both in white suits. The second brother Chen put his phone down. San Haochen's mouth got the better of him. Brother Chen, you got less than 2 hours until you see your bride. Get a grip. What you should really be thinking about is how, once you're a family man, your bachelor days are over. San Haochen put on a pitying look. You think Brother Chen is anything like you? Zhou Yiyan's cool was cut in. Keep messing around and you'll end up a lonely bachelor. We'll stop inviting you out. San Haochen shrugged. Please. The eternal bachelor who never settles down is always in demand. Brother Chen said nothing. He reached into his suit's inner pocket and pulled out a palm-sized box. A flick of his wrist, and the box flew like it had eyes, straight toward Zhou Yiyan. Zhou Yiyan caught it one-handed. Your early wedding gift. Brother Chen's voice stayed low. Zhou Yiyan opened the box. Inside lay an H key. Nothing else. The moment he saw it, Zhou Yiyan shot up from his chair. A flash of excitement crossed his handsome face before he steadied himself. Thanks, Brother Chen. It's just a key. I'd say Brother Chen's turning cheap. Sun Haochen shrugged. But hey, I get it. Now that his wife controls the money, he can't afford much. He hadn't noticed anything special about the key. The other two had no intention of enlightening him. They simply grabbed glasses of champagne and stood by the window, drinking. Waves crashed against the beach in a steady rhythm, their hush like nature's own melody for the wedding. The solemn, sacred march began. Its graceful notes, like music from heaven, wrapped around every guest. The ceremony officially started. The crowd turned their eyes to the striking couple on stage. Before thousands of guests, the pair shone like two brilliant stars, radiating happiness. The officiant stood center stage, smiling, his voice warm and dignified. Groom, do you take this beautiful woman to be your wife? To love her, to cherish her, in sickness and in health, never to forsake her, for all the days of your life. Do you so promise? Brother Chen stood tall in his crisp suit. His deep black eyes, like a fathomless lake, gazed tenderly at Yunshu. His voice came low and unwavering, as if he wanted the whole world to feel his love for her. I do. I will love her and protect her, life after life. Yunshu looked back at him, warm tears glistening in her eyes. Beautiful bride, do you take this handsome gentleman to be your husband? In sickness and in health, never to forsake him, for all the days of your life. Do you so promise? Yunshu quietly studied the man before her. The man who had saved her the first time they met. The man who had always stood by her side, no matter what. I do. I will marry him and never be apart, life after life. Her voice rang out clear and steady. Brother Chen ignored the rest of the ceremony entirely. It was as if only he and Yunshu existed in the world. The moment her words fell, he lowered his head without hesitation and kissed her fiercely. The sudden move stunned the guests. Then Sun Haochen jumped to his feet and started clapping. His applause was like a fuse, igniting the entire atmosphere. The guests snapped out of their shock and joined in. The scene exploded with joy. At the same moment, a wall of multicolored fireworks shot into the sky like magic. Brilliant bursts of color bloomed, painting a gorgeous backdrop behind the kissing couple. And thousands of pink balloons that had blanketed half the sky released as if on command. They floated upward, tinting the blue sky a romantic pink. 10 helicopters rose slowly. Beneath them hung massive banners inscribed with Brother Chen's promises to Yunshu. The banners fluttered in the wind, displaying his love for all to see. This wasn't just a wedding. It was Brother Chen's stage to declare to the world his love for Yunshu. Every detail had been meticulously planned, all to give her the most perfect, most romantic wedding. And all of it was broadcast live by the Fu Group's new media team. When the wedding scenes hit Fu Corporation's official Weibo, they instantly caused a sensation. Photos and videos spread across the internet, becoming headline news. Netizens watched the grand ceremony through the official channel, moved by every promise, and flooded the feed with blessings for the couple. The romance and spectacle of this wedding captivated everyone. Night fell. Lights flickered on. The entire island was bathed in dazzling fireworks. Colorful bursts lit up the dark sky like a beautiful painting, turning the island into a dreamlike wonderland. Yunshu stood by the window of their bridal suite, quietly taking in the view. The fireworks glow reflected on her face, making her smile even brighter. The corners of her mouth lifted in a sweet, happy curve. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Yunshu turned. Her eyes landed on the doorway. Brother Chen wheeled a cart slowly into the room. It was piled with all kinds of delicious food. Wife, you hungry? I brought you something good. He stopped in front of her and spoke softly. His voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of alcohol. Yunshu smiled and shook her head. Not really. Her eyes swept over him. His face was slightly flushed, and a faint smell of alcohol clung to him. Baby, have you been drinking? Brother Chen nodded. Yeah. Had a few. Not too much. His arm slipped around Yunshu's waist, drawing her close as they settled on the edge of the wedding bed. He picked up a dessert from the cart, scooped a spoonful, and lifted it to her lips. Eat something, my wife. Okay. She parted her lips and took the bite. She hadn't felt hungry before, but that first taste lit something inside her. Her stomach growled. Hunger flooded in, sudden and sharp. Yunshu started eating in earnest. With every bite, the uneasy knot in her stomach loosened, replaced by a warm, quiet comfort. She paused and looked at him. You're staying in here with me while all those guests are still out there. Fu Huaishang smiled, soft and unhurried. Zhou Yian and Gu Hongxian are handling it. Tonight is our wedding night. I'm staying right here with you. He'd already had a few drinks earlier. With Yunshu pregnant, getting drunk was never on the table. Want more? He looked at her, his gaze full of open tenderness, and lifted the bowl of bird's nest soup she had every day. Just a little more. His smile deepened. Okay. Out in the banquet hall, the energy still burned bright. Lights blazed. Glasses clinked. Zhou Yian and Gu Hongxian wove through the crowd, their glasses endlessly refilled and drained. Within the hour, Gu Hongxian was smashed. An attendant guided his swaying form back to his room. Zhou Yian could hold his liquor better. He had plenty, but he was still mostly upright and coherent. Just as he decided to tap out, Lu Ting materialized at his elbow and led him to his room without a word. Outside the bridal suite, Shen Wangzhong and Mao Lu stood guard. Minutes slipped by. The clock crept toward midnight. Su Zongyuan and the others still hadn't shown. Mao Lu checked his watch. Again. And again. He kept glancing down the empty hallway, muttering under his breath. Shen Wangzhong, why isn't young Master Su here yet? It's already this late. Did they just forget about the wedding night pranks? They'd been so fired up about crashing the suite earlier. Mao Lu had been waiting, ready to enjoy the chaos. Shen Wangzhong stood rock still, face carved from stone, and shot him a look. You looking for a beating? Mao Lu deflated a fraction, but the grumbling didn't stop. The boss told us to stand guard. Does that mean they're really not coming? Shen Wangzhong stared at him like he was the slowest man alive. The boss told us to stand guard to keep troublemakers out, not roll out the welcome mat for their games. Mao Lu knew he had a point. Still, a wedding night with 0 pranks felt a little flat. But if there's no hazing, doesn't the boss get off way too easy? Where's the thrill in that? Shen Wangzhong rolled his eyes. You want excitement that bad? I'll open the door. Go on. Prank him yourself. Mao Lu choked on his own spit and shut up. Meanwhile, in the guest wing, the very man Mao Lu had been waiting for Su Zongyuan, Shangfu Muse, and San Haochen were staring at the checks in their hands, grinning like fools. Why bother with wedding night pranks? Fu Huaishang had handed each of them a check worth tens of millions. That was a hell of a lot more fun than stirring up trouble. Man, my brother-in-law is seriously generous, Su Zongyuan said, already singing Fu Huaishang's praises without a drop of shame. Shangfu Muse nodded along, emphatic. Yeah. We already scored big just blocking the door, and now he hands us checks like it's pocket change. Fu Huaishang treats us this well, no way we're going to be third wheels. Absolutely not. Fu Huaishang marrying my master, that's his good fortune. Sun Hao-chen had knocked back a few and was drifting into tipsy honesty. Damn right. My sister is one of a kind. Fu Huaishang's the lucky one. She didn't marry up, he did. Exactly. He married up. Shangfu Muse raised her glass high. Another toast to our boss, your sister. The other two lifted their glasses without hesitation. The drinks flowed. They got so wasted that later, none of them could remember how they made it back to their rooms. Inside the bridal suite, the air was warm and still. Pink curtains hung soft. The carpet was plush underfoot. Every small, delicate detail hummed with quiet joy. Given Yunshu's pregnancy, the night didn't follow the usual heated script for newlyweds. Fu Huaishang cared for her with nothing but unhurried tenderness. When they finished eating, they moved together to the window and watched the fireworks bloom outside. Brilliant colors burst across the night sky, spreading like luminous flowers. It stole her breath. Yunshu watched in silence, a soft smile resting on her lips. Fu Huaishang wrapped his arms around her from behind, letting her warmth seep into his chest. Time slipped by. When her first yawn came, he knew she was fading. He smoothed a hand over her hair and murmured near her ear, "Let's get some rest, my wife." She nodded. They held each other as they crossed to the bed and lay down. They skipped a few of the traditional wedding night rituals, but Fu Huaishang didn't mind at all. He knew their life together was only just beginning. Countless beautiful days stretched out ahead of them, waiting to be lived. Wrapped in each other's arms, Fu Huaishang and Yunshu drifted off, their dreams full of quiet hope and the steady pull of tomorrow.